Hello, I'm back. Yeah, I was not planning to do a live stream today, hence why I announced it like an hour in advance. Um, but I was supposed to hang out with my friends today, but for those of you who live in North America, you probably know that there is a crazy snowstorm today. So my friends, understandably, we were like, it's too crazy out there. Let's just reschedule. And I was like, well, I like my whole live stream setup is still here from yesterday, and I now don't have any plans. So I was like, why not? Like let's just hang out with you guys, especially for those of you who missed yesterday's or who are in a similar situation to me where we're dealing with this crazy snowstorm and you guys are potentially also just chilling out at home. So welcome, welcome. Happy to see people joining with me on this super last minute. So yeah, yeah, new here. Love to draw, paint, watercolor, doodle. Love your channel. Love the vibes. Thank you. Thanks for joining. Yay, stream two. Another live stream back to back with last one. Dreaming. Yes. Yay, got here on time. Oh my god, yeah, you're here right on time. Hello, everyone. I'm going to stay here in the chat as long as possible until my boyfriend gets here because I have a date today. Oh my god. Well, I'm glad that you're able to pop in before your date. I hope that you guys have a nice date day evening. How's everyone doing? Yeah, I'm happy to hang out with you guys. I was like, I'm announcing this so last minute, but happy to see people are joining in. Cannot believe you blessed us 2 days in a row. Thank you for blessing me for hanging out with me for a second day. I just like chow downed like a late lunch really fast to try and make it here on time. Great plan. The snow hasn't hit us yet, but it's still so cold. I'm cleaning out my room. Oh, I'm happy to keep you company while you clean. Yes, hey all, hello. Yay, 2 streams in a row, what a treat. Hi, currently in recovery from a concussion, so unable to do art along with you, but happy to be here. Oh my gosh, happy to keep you company while you're recovering. Oh my gosh, can't resist your live drawing videos. Yay. It's really cold on the East Coast. Yeah, it's I've got my fuzzy socks on. I brewed a tea ready for the stream. Watching from Florida, so no cold weather, but happy to join the stream. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're on a different wavelength than us, for sure. Snowy, all cuddled up in my heated blanket with my cat. Oh, that sounds like the dream. Okay, so yesterday we worked on this Meg screenshot. Super fun. It was, as always, a journey. Initially, we were like, oh no, it's not, I don't know what's going on, but it turned out in the end. So I think it's kind of dark today because of the snowstorm, I guess. I'm gonna try and brighten up this lamp a little bit here. And can we go? Does it go brighter? Let's see. But I figured we might as well do the top part of the page. Why not, right? So this is the screenshot that we put it to a vote yesterday and Meg won. So now we can work on this one today. Hey, was catching up on the last live stream, then saw this. Hello. Oh my god, perfect timing. The yes, the you can catch up on the yesterday's a little later because now we get to be live again. It's 2 a.m. here, but I can't sleep. Oh my gosh, 2 a.m. Well, happy to keep you company. This is a good one. I think so too. Like for me, like yes, it is Hades technically, but for me, I see it mostly as like a cool background. I just love this color palette, but we also love Hades. He's a really fun villain. So yeah, very, very fun color. I feel like this color palette is very me. I think this is like a color palette that I often gravitate towards, like these like blues, purples, pinks. It's like my comfort zone color palette, I think. Whereas this one with Meg yesterday is a color palette that I don't typically go for, but I also really love. Like, I think the green and the purple is like so beautiful. Yeah, so let me, on my end here, I'm just going to pull up the reference photo. I'm blanking. Okay. But how is everyone? What did you get up to yesterday? Okay. I think I have everything on hand here from yesterday. Got my tea. Do we all have a beverage in arm's reach? I am drinking a vanilla mint tea. And I bought like 1 billion boxes of it because I love it. It's so good. Mostly just running errands. Valid. Plain water. Ginger tea. Nice, nice. Are there any new art supplies that you've been curious to try? Ooh, actually, yes. For some reason, who was it? I think I saw an artist that I follow online. I forget who, but they were using or trying out pan pastels, and that's something that I have been familiar with for a while because I used to work at an art supply store, and so I remembered the store that I worked at. We carried pan pastels, and at that point in time, I was like, oh, this is like not something I ever see myself using. But now, after seeing somebody online using them, I was like, wait, that seems kind of fun. And I think maybe from my memory, the way that they were using it, I think they were using it like mixed media style. They were using like pan pastels with other mediums, I think. So anyway, I don't know. I think that's like a cool medium that I don't really see very often being used, at least in my sphere. I made a bet with my mom that there would be less than 3 inches of snow this weekend. So far, I'm winning the bet. Ooh, nice. What's the prize? What happens with who wins? It's Mimosa Sunday. Ooh, I love that for you. Love a good mimosa. My boyfriend and I played Rock Band all night. Oh my god, that is so fun. I love that. I used to love playing like Rock Band and Guitar Hero. I was bad at it, like really bad, but like, oh, that's so wholesome. I love that. What's your favorite song to play on Rock Band? I like the way you made the Meg illustration have a glowing effect. Oh, thank you. I mean, it's actually in the screenshot. Hold on. I'll show you. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, like she's glowing in the original, so that's why I did it. But yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, it was fun. I also have water and Powerade beside me to keep me hydrated. Nice, nice. A good Powerade after like when you're really thirsty, it's so good. Wiggled hot on, I'm getting a cider. Ooh, cider. Just made a mug of coffee and bundling up in a blanket since this winter storm is starting to get super cold here. Ooh, yeah. That sounds really nice. Hey, Tina. Sorry I missed the last stream. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. I can't stay. Thanks for coming, Alston. It's okay. Happy to see you pop in a little bit. Hope you have a good day. Soft pastels are fun and very forgiving. Yeah. I just think like, so for those of you who don't know, soft pastels or pan pastels, soft pastels, like, they come in these sort of like pucks. They basically look like makeup blushes or something. And the way that I had seen them being, advertised or used is like those little, like when you buy like eyeshadow palettes and they would come with those little sponge applicators. And yeah, just like sponges in general was like sort of the common way to, or to use the pastels. And yeah, you just get these like really soft kind of airbrush effect with them. And yeah, at the time when I worked at the art supply store, I was like, I don't see myself using this, especially, you know, if you look at my work, I'm very sort of like, I do a lot of line art. It's very crisp. It's, you know, very kind of controlled, I guess. And pan pastels didn't seem like they would make sense for what I did, but now I'm kind of seeing it in a different light, and seeing how it could be really fun to use as like, you know, the base of an illustration, and then you build other things on top of it, potentially. I don't know. That's how I'm kind of seeing it now. But I'm I have so, I mean, you can probably imagine, I have so much art supplies, and I'm trying to be a little bit more mindful, you know? I don't want to constantly be buying new things and then abandoning them, because I already recognize that I have a lot of art supplies that I don't get a lot of use out of already. So I'm trying to be careful about that, and get use out of, you know, the abundance of supplies that I already have. But we'll see. I don't know. I have a gift card for the art supply store that I used to work at. So a part of me is like, well, like I do need to use this for something. Yesterday I was working on my Love in Deep Space cosplay, and I have Celsius and water to drink. Oh my god, Love in Deep Space. I don't play, but I have a lot of people in my life who love Love in Deep Space. Who's the person you're cosplaying? I'd love to know. Just got a set of Ohuhu colored pencils, and are so nice with their acrylic paint markers and alcohol markers. Ooh, I have not tried the Ohuhu colored pencils. A part of me is like a little bit curious. I have yet to find any colored pencils that I love more than the Prismacolor Premier colored pencils. Those seem to be, they still reign supreme as my favorite. But again, I'm like, do I actually need more colored pencils? Probably not. It feels really bizarre to draw a figure in this way. Like normally I like draw the head and then work on the rest, but you don't even see his face really. It's like completely in shadow, which I'm perfectly okay with, because I feel like it's a nice balance, since the Meg screenshot is like very much about her face, and then this one is more about the background and the shapes and the vibes. So it's a nice like mix up, I guess, or variety. So he's just a little Lego piece, essentially. I will win $10. Nice. Love me a good Flyleaf song. Ooh, I can feel you all around me. Wait, am I thinking of the right? Is that the right band? Am I thinking of the right band? The screen cap would look good with soft pastels, right? It actually would be. That would be perfect. The clouds, especially. Yeah, the clouds are going to be an interesting challenge. I definitely don't think I will be able to get them nearly as, you know, airy and soft with gouache. If I was using watercolors, maybe, but I mean, we'll find out. um, would love to see you play around with pan pastels. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I might end up caving, because you know what? The nice thing about pan pastels is they would never expire. Like they wouldn't dry out, or I don't think, you know, they would never like mold or anything like that. So that actually, it would be an art supply that I, you know, can have forever, basically, and not feel bad if I only use them once in a blue moon. Because, you know, certain paints and stuff, like they dry out over time, or they can mold. I've heard about people's himi gouache or like jelly gouache palettes molding. So, you know, things like that would is pretty tragic. You know what? Seeing this like Mount Olympus, I guess, from it with all the clouds and stuff, it reminds me of Care Bears. Do we remember Care Bears? Did we watch Care Bears? I loved watching Care Bears when I was a kid. Care Bear Countdown. Unrelated, but I started my art journey at the end of last year, and your channel has been a huge inspiration. Oh my god, I'm so glad. That's really exciting. What medium are you gravitating towards lately? I'm making MC's heart skip dress. It's a dress from Caleb's birthday event. Oh, cute. I'm guessing, is Caleb your main? Is that the right terminology for lads? I recently tried pencils from a company called Woomer, and they are absolutely fantastic. Very affordable and reminiscent of Prismacolor. Oh, well, that's good for the chat to know. Oh my god, I don't play lads, but I got talked into doing Zane for a group cosplay with my friends at a convention last summer. It was so fun. Oh my god, I love that. Aww. Zane is my cousin's favorite, I'm pretty sure. Is Zane the doctor? I think. I always forget. Yep, that's the right song. It's Flyleaf. Yes, so good. Yes, get it, girl. You know I'm comfortable if I start singing. Also, I feel like lads would be right up your alley, Tina. I know. I think I'm purposely avoiding it because the amount of fangirlism in me that is dedicated to K-pop already, I'm like, I don't know if I have the capacity for another thing. I do think I would be the demographic though, for sure. But I'm like, that's a money sink, is it not? Like, it's a time and money sink, which is dangerous. So I'm like, maybe it's safer if I just admire from afar. Okay. The nice thing about this is I don't really have to be overly precise about it, honestly. I feel like I can just sort of wing it when we get there for the most part. Whereas I feel like with Meg, I really wanted to make sure, you know, we did her justice. But in this case, it's kind of more chill, I think. But we just got to get his little sassy silhouette here. Should I zoom you guys in a little bit more, maybe? Hold on. Just a little bit. Oop. There. Is that it? I don't know. We already have one stylist in the sketchbook. Might we add more lads, boys? That's true. Where is that stylist? When did I do him? Oh, I think it was in the other sketchbook, but yes, that is true. I almost forgot. Gouache and watercolors, though acrylics is getting there. Ooh, fun. Hi. Oh my god, hi, Alicia. Tall and Quirky, for those of you who don't know, is my friend that I table with, and we are 80s girlies, and we do like co-working sessions together. Care Bear stare. Yes, exactly. Girl, is it like snowstormy in Montreal too? Oh my god, yeah, the pink Care Bear was the cutest, and the lion one was so dad-coded. I don't know their names in English since they were localized in my native language web. Oh yeah, oh my god, you're so right though. The lion was very dad-coded. That is actually so accurate. I don't remember who my favorite was, but yeah, I thought it was the cutest thing. Like, little... And I do think it was really cute that there was other animals, like, included, along with the bears. Like, there was the elephant and the lion. Yeah, just so wholesome. And their little cars. Oh my gosh. And I loved it, like, all their tummies had a little different, like, you know, symbol. Adorable. Okay, yeah, I think that is more what we want. Yeah, I think that's pretty much. Yes, Caleb is my main. Nice, nice. Caleb is one the like childhood friend, right? And he's got like a duality. You would think I played. Honestly, I feel like I know enough at this point. If I played lads, I think I would be a Silas girl. What's a cosplayer costume that you would love to try? Ooh, I would honestly kind of love to do him, like the villain from Powerpuff Girls with the lobster hands and like the devil. Like, I just think it's so fun, but would be like such a humongous commitment. And so, I don't think I could really, I don't know, I don't see myself actually committing to it, but for Halloween, this most recent past Halloween, I did do like a clown devil costume that was sort of, you know, adjacent. So that was sort of like the closest, but it wasn't like actually him from Powerpuff Girls. Your art style is just perfect. Oh, thank you so much. What's your favorite art brand? Oh, that's kind of a tough one. I guess because like I use so many different art mediums, so it's kind of tricky to determine what's my favorite. Because I have I have favorites for different things. Okay, sorry, my desk is like really messy from yesterday's live stream. I didn't get the chance to like clean it up, so I'm gonna clean it up first, just to organize things here a little bit, and then we will start painting. But yeah, my favorite art brand. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know actually. Okay, so yeah, all the colors that I was using yesterday for Meg is going to be very different from this one. So let's see if there's anything in here that I will use again. I guess the purples, white, and this peachy color, but I think essentially the rest of the colors, all these greens and stuff, we don't need. So let's move those out of the way. I'm gonna move my, oops. That. Oh, you know what I didn't do, which maybe I'm gonna regret, is I didn't clean my palette. Because this, yeah, the palette that we need is very different from what's on there. So maybe I might have to run off to clean the palette. Okay, we also need cerulean blue, probably. Rose, maybe? Maybe. I'm not 100% sure on that, but we'll see. Okay, and just gonna dump these in there for now. You can just indulge in lads from YouTube compilations. There's so much stuff posted. You don't even have to play the game. That's how I get my fill, because I ain't got no money to play the game. Oh my god, that is honestly big brain energy. I love that. Ballerina pink? Maybe. Oh, pale yellow for sure. Mid yellow. Peach. Oh my gosh, I'm just gonna end up pulling out, like, everything. Actually, I guess it's not a lot of cool. It's, yeah, I don't know. Prussian blue. Wineberry. Sorry if I'm like boring you guys to tears with this. Oh Oh my God, am I late to the snow hangout? You're not. You're not. We started like half an hour ago, so you're good. We haven't even started painting yet, so. Tina, Amazon MGM is making Lore Olympus animated series. Oh, that is so exciting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I never ended up finishing the webtoon, so that is perfect for me. Okay, do we have a cyan? Like, I need like that true cyan. I don't know if there is, actually. There's a bunch of blues here. I don't know if this is quite right. So we'll just have to make do, I think. Let's go with that. I think there might be a few other yellows that I want that I probably need to use, but let's see. Actually, yeah. No new snow, but cold AF. Oh, really? Wow. I wonder if it's you. I don't know geography. Or like, I don't know where the storm is coming from necessarily, but Silas is on the page where you did a la carte Jinshi and the DC guy. Forgot his name. Yes, yeah, I think it's, yeah, because we used alcohol markers, so that's in my other sketchbook. Maybe I'll pull that out afterwards and we can do a little show and tell. Oh my God, him would be so epic, right? Laz is so tempting, but I must resist. I know, exactly. Hi, Tina. Tuned in yesterday. Looking forward to Hades today. Meg came out very pretty. Thanks so much. I would love to cosplay as Naruko, the female version of Naruto. Oh, that'd be fun. Love that. Okay. Lemon yellow? Sure. Okay. Okay, I think... Yeah, I think I need to run off and at least remove the greens off of this palette, because we need to make room for all the blues that are happening. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you for waiting. I have been collecting soft pastels for a year. I feel like I finally have a selection that will help me get over the fear of being horrible at it. I plan on a deep dive this year. Wish me luck. That's exciting. Oh my gosh. Yeah, soft pastels. They're definitely a medium that I am not super experienced with, but that is very exciting. Okay. Let's make sure I don't use my mug as paint water. Thankfully, I've never made that mistake. My best event in 2025 was selling at a Lads Cup sleeve, so I tell myself any money spent on the game was made back. The girlies are dedicated. It can be expensive, but you don't have to spend money. I honestly, my friend and I, Alicia, we joke about that with K-pop, like in a similar sense that any money that we spend on K-pop related things, we make back because we make K-pop merch. It's the girl math. So I love that, you know, the lads community has a similar experience, which does not surprise me whatsoever. Oh, actually, you know what? I have a couple of colors on here already that I just realized will work for the clouds. We're going to do the clouds first, since I like to work light to dark, but also warm and like warm first and then cool after generally. So we're going to do all the warm parts first, essentially, like the clouds and then like the column here, I think, and then we'll work our way through. Hades, yes! Our sassy king. I'm really weird about cosplaying because all the ones I want to do, I feel like I can't because I don't look like them, which I know doesn't matter, but I seem to get in my head around it. I get that. I think the cosplay community can be a little bit intimidating, so I understand where you're coming from, but yes, I definitely agree that you, in my opinion, you should not have to feel like you need to already look like the character that you're cosplaying, because you're allowed to interpret it in however, you know, way you want, in my opinion. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I guess you guys can't see my palette right now, but I'm mixing some colors here. Or getting some colors on the palette ready to go. So let's start with this cream. Yeah, I think honestly, just cover everything. Unlike yesterday, I'm gonna go in with a more watercolor-y approach first, with like lighter washes of color, and then actually build, which is normally how I work, but for whatever reason, when I was working on Meg yesterday, I was going in with like pretty bold, thick paint right off the bat. And then I had to like backtrack. It ended up working out in the end, but I think today's approach will be a little bit more slow and steady. Perfect intermission. I'm making some spicy shin ramen and grilled cheese. Ooh, that sounds so good. Oh my gosh. Bye, everyone. Bye. Enjoy your date. No Gyaru Hades today. Can you imagine? That would be so funny. Yesterday, when I was working on Meg, she was initially turning out super orange, or at least like she looked super orange because there was like no context of colors around her at first, and I was like, oh my god, Meg looks like a like a gyaru. So yeah, super funny. So let's, yeah, I think kind of just start adding in the peachy color and then sort of build out. Yesterday when my friend came over, so my yesterday I was telling the chat that I wasn't really sure what I wanted to eat for dinner, so I consulted her and we ended up getting Korean food. We got takeout. It was so good. We got rosé tteokbokki and some like soy garlic chicken. And then I have leftovers, so I'm gonna have that for dinner, I think. That sounds delicious. It was. It really was. And then we finished watching Heated Rivalry. I had already seen it, but she hadn't seen it. I was rewatching it, and then she was watching it for the first time. So that was a lot of fun. I am obsessed. Sounds delicious indeed. I'm hungry now. I apologize. I'm really hoping that this snowstorm calms down by tomorrow because I definitely need to do groceries tomorrow. I have like just enough food to last me today, but tomorrow I will not have any food left. So really hope that the storm is just for today. There's something so calming about working on this compared to Meg yesterday. Maybe because like when it comes to just like organic clouds and colors and stuff, it's like there's not as much pressure because it doesn't have to be exact. Whereas with Meg, I was like really concerned about making her look ugly. I got chicken stew in the crock pot for dinner. Ooh, nice. Sipping on triple mint tea. Ooh, love. Love that. Yes, Heated Revelry. It's so cute. Oh my gosh, isn't it? My Canadian pride for that TV show. In the spirit of Heated Rivalry, have any of you watched Ten Dance? It's a new Japanese BL film. It's on Netflix and it's Chef's Kiss. Delicious. It's about a rivalry between two dancers. I haven't watched it yet. I have seen the trailer and I do feel like I should definitely watch it at some point soon. Alicia, watch it. The manga's great. Yes, I remember Alicia, Tull and Corky. They were the ones who initially told me to watch it, so I have to do that. Did it live up to the manga, Alicia? BL gang gang. Yes. We are BL lovers in this household. So glad I caught you live. I have to go. Bye, Tina. Bye, all. Thanks for coming. Bye. I'm not usually a live action person. I feel like something like that is much easier, not easier, maybe is not the right word, but like more approachable to do than some of the like shonen animes and stuff, because so much shonen anime has like, you know, crazy fight sequences and fantasy elements and like really wacky character design, so it's like much more challenging to capture in live action without it looking super cringy and weird. Whereas my impression of Ten Dance is like there's no fantastical elements, it's like rooted in reality. So I imagine that, you know, it translates better, I assume. But yeah, I was talking with the chat yesterday about the summer Hikaru died, and everyone was like, Tina, it's not that bad, you should watch it. In terms of like horror, I'm like nervous about the horror elements. Everyone was like, it's not that much horror, it's more like a little bit creepy and unsettling. And I was like, okay, I think I can probably handle that, which so that's a highly likely anime that I will watch on my like Patreon and do like a reaction video on it. I think will be fun. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Because it's just like the one season, right? Or is there going to be more? I look forward to the fan art. The manga is still ongoing. Ah, okay, okay. Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm sure fan art will come of it, 100%. The clouds are so fluffy and dreamy. They really do remind me of the Care Bears. Tina, please, let's have a Care Bear screenshot for another time. I'm begging. Oh my god, you know what? Whenever I think of, like, doing the screenshot redraws, I kind of gravitate towards, or my brain at least always thinks about Disney or Ghibli or anime, but Care Bears would be so cute. Or, like, nostalgic cartoons like that have, like, beautiful backgrounds. So perhaps, perhaps you're on to something. But yeah, these clouds, they look like cotton candy. It's so magical. Since you're not a horror girly, do you like thrillers more? They kind of sit in the same camp for me. Like, I'm such a baby. Like, I remember being genuinely spooked by the first season of Stranger Things. Like, that was sort of my threshold, I think, which is, like, not much. I can't imagine. It's, like, that's pretty, like, minor. But maybe, honestly, you know what? Maybe it's one of those things where I just assume I can't handle it, but maybe... No, I don't know. Okay, the thing about thrillers, horrors, that sort of nature of media is I feel like when I'm watching it, it's not so bad. It's afterwards. I get really, really paranoid, and I live alone, so I get like spooked by like, looking at a mirror in the dark, or if I hear a noise like, in the living room or something. Um, and then my imagination sort of runs wild. I think that's my problem. Is like it's not always the media itself, it's just like what the media does to my imagination, if that makes sense. Oh my god, I see you doing Care Bears. It would be cute, right? Okay. I love how this screenshot of Hades from is what's going to launch us doing Care Bears next, potentially. That's really funny. Should I have drawn in these? Nah, whatever. We're just gonna wing it. YOLO. It's hard to get them straight. Gosh. Because the paper is warped. But also just like getting this to be straight is hard in general, but it's funny. I have not watched Care Bears since I was a kid. Like, there's a lot of media from my childhood that I've revisited over the years, but Care Bears is not one of them. I wonder, does anyone know where you can watch it? Kind of curious now. Oh, I think... Do I feel a sneeze coming on? No, maybe not. Valid. I couldn't even do Stranger Things. Oh my god, I feel you. It haunts me for days. Right? It's bad. I can't. Oh my gosh. I get too invested in like a bad way. That's why you have to watch something funny afterwards. Yeah, I have to have like a prep. That was like when I was watching Stranger Things, like the earlier seasons, because I feel like the new season was like not scary at all. But the first season, I remember I purposely would only watch it. And the fourth, I feel like the fourth season was spooky too. But I would purposely only watch it during the day. To like, you know, so I would feel like it was less spooky. You can Google the scary parts of the Summer Hikaru Died of the manga pages, and from there figure out if you can handle the anime. If the pics alone spook you too much, then the anime won't do. Okay, actually, maybe you're onto something, because I've talked about this before, and it's a very hot take, but I often, well, maybe, I don't know if often maybe is the right word, but for certain pieces of media, I purposely look up spoilers so that I can mentally, emotionally prepare myself. So I think looking up spoilers for the Summer Hikaru Died actually might be the move. That way, when anything happens, I'm kind of prepared for it. I think that actually might be the move. But yeah, I know it's a controversial thing, me looking up spoilers in advance. I purposely do that for certain things, so they just get so invested. Attack on Titan is an example that I use often. Like before I watched it, I was just like, I'm gonna look up who dies. I was like, I can't go into this with getting invested in a character that ends up dying. Is this the last drawing of the sketchbook? Are we having a sketchbook tour soon? We're gonna have a sketchbook tour very soon. This, unfortunately, we're not quite there yet, but we're close. There is one full page on the back here. There is this full page, I think 2 full pages, and then like 2 half pages, something like that. So we're very, very close, which is exciting. So it will be a very juicy, satisfying sketchbook tour, which I'm very excited about, which is actually why, like, when I just, you know, on a whim decided to do this live stream today, I was like, oh, we can finish the sketchbook page, which is another sketchbook page. So very exciting. Okay, I think from here, actually, no, I think there's a little bit kind of in the back and here that first. I really want to make sure I get all of the like really light warm tones done first before I move on to like the blues and in the really dark elements. But I'm really digging it so far. I think going in a much more like watercolory approach is working well. I just did a quick search on YouTube and there's full episodes of Care Bears uploaded. Not from official channel though, it's fan accounts, but they're there. Oh my god, amazing! Super easy. No girl same. I always look up the thing I'm going to watch. Okay, I feel validated. Thank you, thank you. It's normal to look up spoilers. For some media, you can't just blindly believe hype or word of mouth. Sometimes you gotta check for yourself. Nothing wrong with that. Thank you for validating me, friends. Thank you. I just get so emotionally invested in the characters. I have to know what I'm getting into. Exactly, exactly. Like, I purposely know that I don't think I could ever handle Grave of the Fireflies or Banana Fish because everything I hear about both of those projects is just gut-wrenching devastation, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I would recover. And so it might be just one of those things where I can recognize that it's probably really incredible pieces of media, but just my sensitive little heart can't take it. I know we joke about Doomed Yaoi, but I think Banana Fish is a step too far for me. What's everyone's favorite sparkling drink? Ooh, I bet a lot of people in the chat will have thoughts on their favorite sparkling drink. I am not a connoisseur of that variety. I guess I'm kind of boring in that way. Like, I pretty much drink water, tea, lattes, and then like wine. I don't drink a lot of like carbonated things. Just joined. Hope I got in early. Old Disney screen caps used. Yes, early old Disney screen caps used to look so dreamy. Yes, I agree. Like they're unmatched. Just so beautiful. It's art, you know? It just feels like it was made by human hands, you know? It's not the same anymore. Okay, I think we might be ready for the light blue. So there's like the blue on the column here, and there's a little bit of light blue like on the clouds, and then obviously the background. I think that's kind of where we're at. I don't think I have the exact right blue, which is frustrating. Because it's like it leans much more turquoisey. I feel like this color, you know what? I could grab okay, let's see what this color looks like when it's the cerulean blue. Let's see what it looks like when it's like really, really watered down, because it is possible that maybe I'm just not seeing the vision. Oh, actually, no, wait, yeah, totally. Never mind. That will work. I just have to... Oh, yeah. Okay, never mind. Sweet. Yeah, I just have to use like a ton of water, I think, but I think actually that is exactly what I want. Perfect. Yay! The only downside of me doing these like really thin watercolory washes with the gouache is that all of the kind of imperfections or smudges from that were on the page originally are kind of show through, but c'est la vie. I like getting some spoilers every now and then, like when watching Invincible, some character deaths got spoiled for me, and I'm glad my heart can only handle so much. Yeah, exactly. Ginger ale, because I'm a tummy ache girly. Valid. Does Dr. Pepper count? I'm very classy. Love that. Yes, the same Grave, Grave of Fireflies, I just know I could never watch, especially because I have young siblings, so it's just a little too close to my heart for me. I can't. Yeah, devastating, I imagine. Even just thinking about it, I'm like sad. Not a super fan of soda, but milky drinks, especially the strawberry one, hits the spot sometimes. Ooh, I feel like maybe you would like Milkus. Have you ever tried Milkus? Yeah, I get it. We can be boring together because I too don't like carbonated drinks. Same, ginger ale is my go-to for an upset tummy. I never thought of that. Or like, well, I knew that was a thing, having ginger ale when your stomach is upset. But I guess maybe because I never buy it, I never think of it. But maybe I should have some on hand because I feel like I also sometimes experience an upset stomach. Oh yeah, I'm remembering now that getting gradients on this paper is like impossible. So I'm also remembering I need a different blue for the top half of the background. So let's find that. Oh, here. Probably this ultramarine blue, I think, is probably what I want. I think that'll probably end up being what I need. Double check Ow! I hate these lids. I also tried painting one of the backgrounds from Steven Universe, working on shape language, and oh my god, it's so hard, man. I can never mix the colors just right. Oh, the backgrounds in Steven Universe are stunning. Absolutely stunning. Okay, I'm gonna flip it around. Wicked Witch. Wicked. That way you guys can see a little bit of it. Or I guess my head's covering it, but. Ooh, yeah. I love an ultramarine blue. It's just so delicious. Okay. Let's do this background. Yes, that's the one I couldn't remember. The name is so good. Yeah, Milkus. Ginger tea is also good. Oh yeah, ginger tea. I think that makes more sense for me. Maybe I should stock up on that. All right. Okay, let's do this background. I feel this blue might be maybe a little bit too dark. I'll add, I think I'll do this layer now, and then maybe I'll do a second layer that's like a little bit more opaque with some white in it. I think that might be the move. But for now, I'll just do a first pass on this. I feel like there's another cloud there that I probably should have left there. This today, way more chill than yesterday's stream. So I guess I titled the stream pretty well, calling it cozy. Because I feel like it's not always cozy. Sometimes it's a little bit stressful, but in a good way, in a fun way. Hi, welcome, hello. The last time I had soda is when I was on an 11-hour flight and I was sick the entire time. The only thing that made me better was soda. Aww. Yeah, oh gosh, flying. I do not like flying. It's so stressful and uncomfortable. I like to travel, but I do not like flying. Oh my god, this ultramarine blue is so gorge. I mean, just ultramarine blue in general. It's like gorge. Ginger drinks, Vicks, and Med Lemon is a winter staple. So true. I will say, thankfully, if my memory serves me correctly, I don't think I've gone really sick this winter yet. Knock on wood. But I'm very glad of that, actually. Does anyone have any exciting upcoming plans? My friend and I, we have tickets to this. It's called The Empire Strips Back. It's a parody Star Wars burlesque show, which I got an ad for it and I was like, what the heck? This sounds so fun. And my one friend, like, she's a massive Star Wars fan, and so I was just like, should we go to this? So we're gonna be doing that in a couple of weeks, which I'm not 100% sure what to expect, but I do think that it's gonna be a lot of fun. Prepare yourself for Dokumi then. How many suitcases are you bringing? Are you going to ship inventory or all will be carried with you? Are you going to be solo? Do you have a sub or a helper? I know Dokumi is going to be a whole task because it's going to be, I think, like a 10-hour flight probably for me, and then on top of doing a convention. But yeah, I think I'm going to try and bring everything, I think. I'm probably going to do like 2 large suitcases. But I haven't I haven't worked out all of the details yet. But yeah, that's going to be intimidating for sure. But I'll cross that bridge when I get there. But I've flown to Japan, I've flown to Vietnam. Like, those were also super long flights, so I'm prepared for that at least. I think I saw one of the dancers making their costume on YouTube Shorts the other day. Wait, what was I talking about? Oh, the Star Wars? That's amazing. Oh my gosh, that's cute. How fun. Ramadan is coming up, so gonna have to stay my ass indoors for a month. Aw, that's fair. I wasn't in the stream yesterday, so I don't know if you already talked about this, but did you get tickets to the BTS tour? Yes! Oh my gosh. Um, well, technically my friend did the ticketing, but yes, we do have tickets to BTS. Very, very exciting. We are going to be at the Toronto show on the Sunday, because they're doing 2 shows. And yeah, I'm really excited. Like, BTS is what got me into K-pop back in 2020. I am the product of, K-pop being my hyperfixation during, the height of the pandemic. And I have, because I got into them in 2020, I have not gotten the chance to see them in concert, because all of the solo or like they did like a handful of shows, and then they did have like some of the solo ones, but none of them have come to Canada. So I'm very excited that there are actually Canadian dates, and I'm very extremely lucky that those Canadian dates happen to be Toronto, where I live. So love Hades, by the way. He is such a good villain, right? He is one of my faves. He is a great, great villain. I think a good villain really helps. Villain slash antagonist really helps um, create a good compelling story. Chat, what are some of your favorite villains? Doesn't have to be Disney, but I think that feels like an appropriate conversation topic. I think a villain that is absolutely despicable, but like because of that he makes for a really compelling villain, is Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Like, you cannot not hate him. And Hellfire is epic, epic, epic villain song. Azula, you're so right. Azula is one of the top antagonists. Like, so incredible. She's amazing. And like, what's so crazy is she's like 14 or something, which is bananas. When it comes to when it comes to drinks, the only kind of drinks I like is coffee, specifically sugar coffees and boba tea, and of course I love water. As for tea, I only like iced tea, and my family thinks I'm crazy. You are not crazy. Also, those are all very valid things to like. I am also somebody who, if I'm drinking coffee, I'm drinking like, yeah, a sugary coffee. So I feel you on that. Like I know that black coffee is, I think, like relatively good for you, but I can't do black coffee. Okay, so I think obviously the background will need another couple layers, but it's very, very wet right now, so I have to let that dry. So in the meantime, I think perhaps I do Hades, his hair. Yeah. Johan from Monster is an excellent villain, and Mahito from JJK. Oh my gosh. Johan, or not Johan, Mahito is another one where I hate him so much. He has caused so much damage. Yeah. I haven't gotten the chance to read Monster yet. I do remember you recommending it, and I have it on my list. I think I just have to be in like the right mood for it, but I don't doubt you. Don't laugh, but Cobra Commander for me is the ultimate bad boy. Cobra Commander. From... I'm not familiar. Am I? I don't think I'm familiar. It's always the young villains that are the most diabolical. They live with reckless abandonment. I think... You know what? That actually kind of makes sense in a way, because when you're young, you do feel kind of invincible in a way. I think one of my favorite villains is Death from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. G.I. Joe. Oh, I'm not familiar with G.I. Joe, like, at all. I apologize. But I also have not watched the Puss in Boots Last Wish movie. I know people love that movie, and I have it on my list. I feel like I really need to watch it. I watched the first Puss in Boots movie a couple of months ago because I wanted to watch... I wanted to get the full picture in preparation for watching The Last Wish, so I'll get there eventually. Yeah, I think the Hades hair, again, I think similar to the background, it's going to need like this cerulean blue mixed in with a white to really get that like pop. So it's very muddy right now, but we'll get there. And then I guess for now, what else to work on? I guess I can add another little thing here on the column. Hydration reminder, friends. I'll never forget what he did to Nanami Kento, my wife I lost at war. We're all widows after that. Oh my god. So sad. Ugh. Oop. Gege is evil. Evil. He's the real villain, actually. The creator of JJK. He's the real villain. Oh my gosh. I remember someone said that his favorite character was Sukuna, and I was like, oh no, we're all done for. The DD girls are favorite Sailor Moon villains for me, but mostly because I love their visual. Oh my god. The Sailor Moon villains are so high camp and glam. I love, love, love. I don't know if anyone in the chat has been watching or keeping up with the newest season of RuPaul's Drag Race. I have only been watching like the pit stop and Naomi Smalls doing reviews and like fashion photo reviews. So I'm like watching all the content surrounding the season, but I haven't actually been like watching the season. But Nini Coco, I believe, during the runway for the animal theme, she had done a poison frog, and her costume, or like, you know, her look for it was so good, and it felt to me like very reminiscent of like a Sailor Moon villain. Like there was just something kind of alien but really high fashion about it. So good. I was like, oh, I kind of want to draw that, but I don't know if I have time is the thing. It's so hard to make time for these things because like I have all these things that I'm like, oh, I love that, I want to draw it, it's so cool, it's so inspiring, but I just can't seem to. I have too many ideas and not enough time and motivation. Motivation actually is the main one. I feel like I technically have time, I just do too much scrolling around on social media. The Fairy Godmother, Shrek 2. Oh my god, that's a good one. Oh, I love Shrek. I Need a Hero is in the run for top 3 best villain songs, and it's not 2 or 3. I need a hero. Oh, so fun. Shrek. Oh, Shrek. The first 2 movies, timeless. As for Disney, I just love Yzma and Kronk. They are just so funny and so run. Oh my god! Kronk, the lever! Wrong lever! Good choice. Love. Bro, Minato is vile and he only got worse, but that's what you want from a villain though. Exactly. You want to like hate them. Well, actually, you know what? I think there's like 2 camps of villains. It's like Minato, where yeah, they're vile and you hate them and you just want like it makes you root for the heroes and the protagonists like so much more. But I also think that sympathetic villains and antagonists are also extremely compelling and can be very conflicting as a viewer. I think like Killmonger from Black Panther is like a really good example of that, where you're kind of like, I don't know about his methods, but is he wrong? Yeah, I think that's also a really cool take on a villain as well. It's all about how it best serves the narrative that you're trying to tell, I guess. Hello? I think this I think this is a little bit dried out. Oh no. Okay, let me put water inside the tube and hope that helps sort of like revive it a little bit, because I need like a really, really dark blue here to kind of get into this other column, and Hades. Actually, maybe I work on Hades, like his arms, because you can see his arms a little bit there. When I catch you, KK. KK, when I catch you. He's one Kronk, yes. I sim for Itadori so much. We loved him. I saw a TikTok earlier today, and it was like someone just like mourning season 1 Itadori before, you know, everything, you know, when shit hit the fan. And he was so sweet and sunshine and love and life. Also, Skuna can walk on me. You know what? Secret third thing. A villain that you simp for. That is also extremely valid. Yes, it was definitely giving Sailor Moon villain. Oh my god, yay! I'm glad you understand the reference. Thank you. So good. Yeah, RuPaul's Drag Race, I think maybe that's part of why with the newer seasons, I just have been sort of gravitating towards watching people review it, because I think the most compelling thing for me right now with RuPaul's Drag Race is the fashion. So I just love seeing all the runway looks, and Naomi Smalls, who is an icon, she has a YouTube channel where she reviews like in very, very like detailed way, reviewing all of the runway looks, and it's so cool and inspiring. And yeah, just like as a creative, as an artist, I really love hearing her breakdown. And she not only like is reviewing and, you know, giving her takes on like what she likes and what she dislikes, but if she doesn't like something on the runway, she's also very constructive about it and actually gives like actionable feedback, which I think is so interesting. And when she talks about like why she doesn't think a look worked, and then she's like, yeah, I think it would have worked better if they did this, and then, you know, I'm like, oh yeah, she's totally right. So anyway, as a person who likes fashion, and I think it's really, really cool. I don't know if this is quite the right blue for this, but it's going to be mostly covered up in a darker color later anyway, so it's okay. Would Aaron be in that camp? Oh, so true. Aaron is a really interesting character in that way, because he obviously starts out as, I mean, spoiler alert, y'all. But he starts out as the protagonist, and then he's like the antagonist by the final season, but he's also, you know, depending on how you want to look at it, he's kind of an anti-hero, but he also has a glow up, like he gets kind of hot. So, and he really said in the final season, he's like, I'm gonna grow my hair out, get really buff, and this is my villain era. Oh my gosh, so funny. There's also, on this column, there's like little hints of the kind of, you know, warm light hitting it. So I'm gonna add that in for now. Something that I really love about doing these screenshot redraws, or, you know, about well storyboarded animated films or shows, whatever, is when you take a still like this and you can see that it's been crafted in a very particular way. Like the fact that the column that Hades is leaning on is the one that's steeped in like really, really dark shadow. And it just like, you know, frames him, and then like he's in really, really dark shadow, but then like the little flame on the top of his head sort of like it's just sort of like makes it really stand out. It's art, you know? Okay, wow, this is still quite damp. What can I work on next? No villain that I simp for would ever beat Sephiroth. Seeing him as a kid changed my life, I fear. I do not blame you. I have not played Final Fantasy, but I know exactly who you're talking about. There's just something. There is something about like a cunty white-haired man. Like cunty long-haired diva, you know? Like a Sesshomaru. Magneto might be a villain I simp for. Not the Ian McKellen version, though. Sorry to that elderly man. Valid. Why are villains almost hotter than the hero? I need really good-looking heroes, lol. Honestly, I do wonder about that sometimes. And I think there's like a number of sort of things about that. One of them being we there's something very alluring about a quote-unquote bad boy. And then I remembered, where did I see this? I don't know if it was like a TikTok or a YouTube video essay or something about, you know, why are we often so allured by the villain. And someone had said that a hero is someone who, in, you know, a specific scenario, it's like, if it's between saving you and saving all of humanity, they're gonna pick humanity, right? Whereas a villain is gonna pick you. Which is so toxic. But I think that's like an element, potentially. It's like the villain will burn everything to the ground for you. Yeah, the dark blue that I have here is way too green leaning, so I'm gonna add this violet in hopes that it gets me the color that I want. Although, now that I think about it, I don't know if I want to go in with this really, really dark color just yet. But maybe I should, I don't know. Oh my gosh, I don't know if you guys have this issue where, like, sometimes when you open a tube of paint, the dried up paints that's like on the lid just crumbles everywhere. I hate that. Yes, the Shomaru, my man, right? Love him. That diva. Actually, yeah, maybe I'll work on, maybe I'll do this like cloud here, which is not quite this ultramarine blue. It's a bit more muted, but for now, let's just do that. The Joker, hated by everyone with a brain. Sorry to all the Joker simps. Oh yeah, the Joker. That's a great villain. I think the reason why Batman continues to have such interesting stories is because the Joker is like such a compelling villain. You know what? Honestly, I don't think there's too much else I can... Oh, actually, wait. We'll do another pass on Hades' arms. And then... You know what's so funny? I made a point to like go clean off my palette earlier because I needed room to work on this, and I haven't even used I haven't really even used the part that I cleaned off. I've just been like squirreling away at this like little corner here. But this is coming together pretty well, I think. Maybe we even have time for something else afterwards. Because it feels like this is coming together a lot quicker, which is nice. The hotter they are, the more vile and despicable their actions. It makes it more conflicting, maybe. I mostly use watercolor pans instead of tubes to avoid the dreaded crumble. That is very valid. The crumble is very annoying. I used to exclusively use pans as well. I don't know why I've switched to tubes, but I think that's why everyone understood Dracula in Castlevania. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. When I finally saw the backstory of what happened to his wife, I was like, girl, me too. Like, you're so valid for that, queen. Castlevania, ugh, I love it. My thing is, though, for the second installment, I didn't really care about those characters. I only watched it for Alucard. I was like, I'm just here for Alucard. Like, that's it. Whereas I liked the main characters like Trevor Belmont and I forgot her name, but in the first iteration of the series. And even all the other vampire characters I thought were really cool too. I'm forgetting their names. Camilla and like the guy who reanimated corpses and stuff. Like, I thought all those characters were more interesting. Okay, maybe I think this is like, it's still damp, but I think it's dry enough that going in with more paint will probably be fine. So let's mix up the paints so that it's ready to go. Sypha, yes, okay. Thank you, thank you. Drac gave them a warning and they didn't listen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Dracula, go off, king. Let me hold your cape when you slay the vermin. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, we can't forget Queen Shigo. Love Shigo. Love. I think that's a really funny dynamic in like a villain duo where, you know, Draken is he thinks he's like the mastermind and the boss, you know, in the villain situation, but it really is Shigo. She's the brains and the brawn in that whole thing. Ugh, love Shigo. Oh my gosh. For those of you who, I realized I wasn't doing this on camera, but this white has kind of dried out a little bit, so I've been adding water to the tube, and then I'm sticking the paintbrush in to get the paint out. Yeah. I could cut it open, but I don't want to. I don't know. How much white do I need for this? Gorge. Gorgina. Wow. Very pretty. Okay, let's hope that this is what I want. I think it probably could use a little bit more white, actually. Hector, yes, thank you. Oh, Carmilla, girl, I simp for her so hard. You have no idea. Yeah, I was like, she is like the poster child of what you want out of a hot, sexy vampire lady. Yeah, the paint is not... Gotta clean off my brush so I can extract more paint out of there. I find it so funny that I've never been a simp for characters or actors, but I love consuming media of people simping on them. I have no idea why. I guess it's like you kind of live vicariously through other people. It's like maybe you appreciate when people are like excited or passionate about something, even though if you don't necessarily like partake. I personally love like I also enjoy people's reaction to things if they're really passionate about it, particularly like if I am excited and passionate about the thing, obviously. So I kind of get it. I mean, and that's why I've been talking about doing reaction videos, because it's something that I really enjoy consuming from creators that I like, and I know that we as a community here on my channel love talking about TV shows and movies and characters, and so yeah, I just thought, I was like, that could be fun. Dang it, I think I still want this to be lighter. Okay, I think if anything though, actually this might be a good like transition shade, so I'll just work it work it up here. And let's see if I can get that gradient going. And then I can do another pass with a lighter cerulean blue there. Okay. Not bad, I don't think. Ooh, okay, I think it's actually kind of working. Not too bad, not too bad. Doesn't need to be perfect, but, you know, better than earlier, that's for sure. I finally made it. Welcome, welcome. We've been having a pretty chill, fun time. Nothing too stressful happening with this process today, thankfully. Hercules, fuel of 4-year-old insomnia. The blue looks so good. Thank you. Yeah, it's really tickles me. It's just the color palette that I really like. I'm curious how you'll tackle that flame and dew of Hades. Yes, we will definitely get there. I think adding some, like a significant amount of white to the cerulean blue to really make it pop will be the main takeaway. And making sure that the background around the tip of the flame is like nice and dark so that it stands out. Oh yeah, my friends and I have been trying to make plans for Galentine's Day, aka Valentine's Day, but with my girls. And I suggested, oh, wouldn't it be fun if we did like a Bridgerton watch party since the new season is coming out soon. And I feel like theming wise, you know, it seems kind of fitting to, we can do like little like tea party vibes, you know, little like finger sandwiches, finger foods. So we were having trouble coordinating what weekend worked for everybody. But I'm really excited for the new season. I think it's about time, you know, that we've had an East Asian romantic lead, so I'm excited. And Benedict was always a character that I really liked. I just think the actor is really charming. So excited to finally see his character in the forefront. But I do think after watching Heated Rivalry, the straight couples really need to step up their game to make me believe the chemistry. Are you using ultramarine blue now? Yes. We're basically kind of going cross between ultramarine blue and cerulean blue. That is the combo here. Let's go ahead and actually mix the two colors on my palette so I can get a better... I don't know why I keep using this round brush. I really should use my filbert, actually. Hold on. Filbert, this one. This makes way more sense. Pretty good, pretty good. Okay, and then go in with just the cerulean again. Maybe I don't need to make the bottom part lighter. I think it's actually the right color. I think once I added like the really deep ultramarine on the top, now I'm like, this part seems correct. So that works. Ooh, that is delicious. Jen, oh my god! Wow, your Hades looks great. I really love how you treated like the swirly part of the robes. Like the robes just look so like yummy. I don't know. I don't know how to, the textures look really good. This is so random, but I forgot to say it earlier. Did you see that Mingy watched The Summer Hikaru Died? I feel like that should give you an idea of how scary it is because he can't handle anything spooky. You are so correct. Honestly, like when I heard and saw that he really liked Summer Hikaru Died, and I know that boy is such a scaredy cat, that also compelled me. I was like, well, if Mingy can handle it, then I should be able to handle it. But yes, you are so right. Thank you for reminding me. Love that boy down. Tina, calling you that feels so disrespectful, but calling you imawonder feels also incorrect. Can you explain this month's art challenge and remind me of its hashtag? Aw, you can definitely call me Tina. That is perfectly fine with me. Can you explain this month's art challenge and remind me of its hashtag? So yes, actually I think I have the list. Hold on. Yes, here it is. Ta-da! Yay! Wow, so prepared. So this is my art style challenge for the year. So because I'm doing this for myself, but also on Patreon, each month the artwork that I make for the prompt will be the artwork for Patreon. For those of you who don't know, I have like a sticker and postcard club. And so this month is line art. And so the prompt is however you want to interpret it. So for me, how I see it is very line art heavy, line art forward. I still haven't done the actual artwork yet, but I did do the sticker, which I did show yesterday as well. But I decided to roll with drawing a horse, particularly a fire horse, because for the Chinese zodiac, it is the year of the fire horse. It's, like a dark stallion unicorn thing. You can't really see it super well because it's so dark, but I did a lot of line art in like the hair, and I used kind of hatching for some of the shadows and stuff. The sticker is like, I'm not as concerned about being like super on theme. It'll be more about the artwork itself. But yeah, I do want to still lean into the fire horse unicorn theme for the artwork, which I will definitely be starting tomorrow, since the month is almost done. But yeah, so that's the art style challenge. And that's the hashtag if anyone decides to join, if you want to use it for Instagram. And then I also have a free members Patreon group chat, which is going on for the live stream as well. People are sharing like artwork they're working on stuff. But also if you want to share your art style challenge stuff, there is a group chat for that as well, where you can share what you're working on. So that is my spiel. Hydration reminder. When you're not working in your sketchbook, do you stretch your paper before painting? I actually don't. Which I always tell myself I should. But I actually don't stretch my watercolor paper because I'm lazy. But I used to back in the day, but I didn't like having to cut it out. Because when you stretch watercolor paper, you either need to use that like that watercolor block tape that you have to like cut off, um, or you have to staple it. And I didn't really like having to do that. So that's why I just use masking tape. But unfortunately, that does mean my paper gets super, super warped during the painting process and then after the fact. So what I end up doing, which, you know, again, maybe it's like counterproductive, but um, if I plan on selling the painting, I like flatten the painting after the fact. So I will like completely wet the back of it and then put like paper towels or something down and then put it underneath like a bunch of heavy books to, yeah, unwarp it basically. So that in and of itself is sort of annoying too, but yeah, that's my backwards way of going about that. But yeah, because when you stretch your watercolor paper, you kind of have to like do it in advance. But yeah, maybe that's something I should consider trying again. Maybe I'll make a difference in how the paint works on it, the paper. Oh my gosh, you guys, this gradient is giving me life. Wow. Wow, it like makes everything pop like, wow, delicious. Wow, this spread or like this page is turning out pretty nice, pretty nice. It kind of looks like a unicorn. It's so cute. Thank you. That makes sense. I never thought of that. I always felt a little bit weird about it though, because whenever I have been in a group, they will start talking about it and I can never bring anything. I'm starting work on the challenge today and I already in the group chat. Thank you. Yay! Oh my god, exciting. It only really applies for wet on wet. It works really well. Right. Or you can do the damp watercolor paper behind and spray the front. Right. If I'm able to go to Dokumi and find you, can I bring you snacks or something like that? Do you have any allergies or food / or flavors you're not into? Do you prefer sweets or salty snacks? Oh my god, Verona, that's so sweet. Oh my gosh, that is so sweet of you to offer. I have no food allergies, so I'm good on that front. I feel like I like salty and I like sweet. But I kind of lean salty a little bit more than sweet, but I do like both. And in terms of what to bring, what my preferences are, honestly, like, if there's any, you know what, I feel like something that's like local or German or European that you think that like I gotta try, because I have never been to Europe. So, you know, I bet there's like a whole wealth of snackies that I've never gone to try before. So, but obviously no pressure. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom, so I will be right back. Intermission, friends. Hello, I'm back. I'm back. Wow, the snow is relentless today. It is not stopping. That is so crazy. The reason why I am having this impromptu live stream, for those of you who didn't know, I was supposed to have a hangout with my friends. We were going to have a Cheetah Girls marathon, which is going to be so fun when we have rescheduled now to next week. Hopefully there will be no more snowstorm. But so my plans got canceled, or rescheduled, I should say. So I was like, well, I'm sure there are many other people in the same situation as me who are all, having been snowed in. So here we are. So happy to have you guys. Also definitely rewatching this to see those clouds. Oh yeah, thank you. They were like so relaxing to work on. I quite enjoyed it. I'm Eastern European, so I'll bring some of my local stuff. Ooh, yay, so exciting. I'm on my way to Mexico to see my grandparents. Oh, that's so nice. Hey, quick question. How much longer do you think this will be? Because I don't think I will be able to stay much longer. Yeah, no worries. I'm probably gonna be here for another, I don't know, knowing me, like another hour. So no worries. Like, if you got things to do, no problem. I will have the live stream up for you to watch later. I gotta go to bed right now. It's 11 p.m. over here. The painting turned out gorgeous, by the way. Thanks so much. Have a good night. I'm from Arizona, and it's very rare that we get snow, but when we do, it's honestly pretty cool. That's probably pretty novel for sure. Right now, for us, it is a lot of snow. The snow is sadly gone here now. Oh, really? Are you doing any other anti-brain rot learning? Not specifically, no. I have been maintaining my Duolingo streak, which I've been very proud of. Although, I did miss it yesterday because I hung out with my friend. But, where am I on my streak? Let's see. Ooh, I need to charge my phone. 1,522. So that's pretty good. Can I speak Japanese? No. But am I learning a little bit? Yes. Okay, I think, well, this little patch is a little funny looking. I think I just used too much water, but that's fine. We will come back to it because I think I'm over exhausting it now. I need to let it dry. So I think we are now at the point to work on, actually, I want to do his little flame. Same, I'm from the Texas desert, so it was cool to see. Oh, I'm glad you guys are, experiencing the novelty of snow. It is really beautiful when you're in the comfort of your home. For me right now, I'm just like, dang, I have to go get groceries tomorrow, and I don't drive, so, but it is really beautiful. It rained super heavy last night here in Arizona, and there's a lot of mud outside. Ooh, that doesn't sound fun. This style challenge seems anti-rot. I'm learning Chinese and Korean and Welsh. Wow, that is so cool. Good for you. Okay, well, I'll be saying bye now for, see you all around. Thanks for joining. Bye. Shoveling snow sucks. Oh, God. I am so grateful that I live in an apartment building for that reason. I do not have to shovel snow. And something that's also like not fun with when you have a car is like dealing with the like scraping the ice off the windshield and stuff. Not a good time. Okay. I added some more white to the blue, get the flame. I think I originally was like making the flame shape a little bit too stylized. So I'm gonna stick to what we see in the screenshot here, which is a little bit more organic looking. I think that does look better. And then we'll use the slightly darker shade of that cerulean blue there. I get my boys to do most of it. Valid. Especially when it's still snowing. Yeah, it's so, man. Roughing the snow is not fun. What's one thing that you love about the Arteza gouache and what's something you don't like about it? I do really like tubed gouache because that way all of the colors stay like uncontaminated. I was comparing, you know, with the jelly gouache yesterday, how with jelly gouache, like, one, it dries out over time, and also because it's the nature of it, they will cross-contaminate over time, which I don't. Ooh, I got a splashy on this. No, so sad. I'll let it dry, and then maybe we'll have to do another pass on it. That's tragic. It was so perfectly smooth too. Anyway. So yeah, I find like that that's more about the type of gouache, I guess, as opposed to the gouache itself. But something that I don't like about it, I guess, the packaging, like I was talking about this yesterday and today, like the type of lids, like they just shred my fingers, like they're painful. Okay, now I guess from here we work on the column and then Hades, and then just like some of the little clouds in the back here, fix up any little details. Yeah. So let's mix up the paint that we need for that. So originally I had this like dark blue, but it was a little bit too green, so then I mixed in the violet. There's also like a really, really deep brown on the palette already, but that's fine. Let's see. Ooh, wow. Wow, 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 wow. Ooh, that is so rich. Okay. What does that look like? Oh, yeah. Okay, that is gorge. I want a lipstick like this. I mean, I probably have something in my wheelhouse I could probably make this happen. This like imagine a gradient lip gloss like that. I mean, they exist obviously, but I'm just like picturing it. It's so pretty. I don't drive either, lol. It makes me feel so comforted when other adults say they don't drive. Oh my god, thank you. Yes, I always feel so validated in the exact same way, because like I recognize that it's a skill that would be so beneficial to have, but I just it just never happened. I'm trying to decide what's the best paintbrush for this. Maybe this one. I technically had did driver's ed very briefly when I was a teenager, but I never followed through with it. I just hated it. I thought it was so scary. And I have since lived in cities that have public transit, And so I never felt that driving was absolutely necessary. And yeah, so I'm in a place where I don't like have to drive. Obviously, there are a couple of situations here and there where I'm like, yeah, like it could be helpful to know how to drive, but for the most part, I've fared fairly well. But you know, I purposely live in a city with very accessible public transit, and a lot of the places that I've traveled to, I also have chosen places that have public transit as well. So yeah, you are not alone. I have a number of friends who don't drive either. Those caps bite back. They really do. I got the Himi gouache spray to keep my gouache from being contaminated with bacteria. Oh, yeah. I've never heard of that, but that's amazing. I just recently started driving and I hate it. Aww. But I imagine that there's so much like independence and freedom that comes with knowing how to drive. So there's definitely, you know, pros and cons to it. Why does this lo-fi song kind of sound like Black Swan by BTS? Or it did for a second. It reminded me of the do your thing with me now, what's in it? It doesn't anymore, but that's so funny. Anyway, I really have BTS on the brain because of, I guess, getting those concert tickets. When I tell someone I don't drive and don't own a car, they all look at me like I've grown a third arm. Really? Ah, wow. I guess like you must live in a place where most people drive and have a car, but I am a solidarity friend. Don't let them shame you. You're not the only one. Five car crashes. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. That's awful. I have bad anxiety, so I don't drive. Valid. Yeah, that would be very anxiety inducing. Yeah, I think that's exactly how I felt when my very little experience driving. I was just like, this makes me so anxious. It's a lot of responsibility, but also so much trust in all the people on the road too. Y'all, I had no idea how this is going to turn out, and I am pleasantly surprised with where it's been going. And like the whole process has been pretty chill, which is so nice. Oh, and that little splotch like dried up, and it's not too bad. I mean, I ended up with another splotch, but it's okay. What is your most favorite materials to use? I kind of flip-flop a lot, which is probably why I just can't seem to stick to one medium because I'm always changing my mind. But acrylic gouache has sort of been my go-to answer for a while. But working on this today, I'm kind of inspired to pick up my like nice gouache again and use it more. I hope that's the right color. Hopefully it dries too. But then again, yeah, regular gouache, the dry to the wet to dry shift is always a bit of a challenge. That's why I often gravitate towards acrylic gouache. But they both have their merits. It's low-key kind of painful and anxiety-inducing for me, and I only got a car so I can take myself to nail tech school. That's so exciting, though. It'll be worth it. Good for you. I've been thinking I kind of want to paint my nails. It's been ages since I've had anything on my nails. Nothing crazy, just like a solid color of nail polish. But even then, it's like, yeah, the last time I had anything on my nails was for my friend's wedding back in August. And for those of you who have been with my channel for a long time, I used to have my nails painted all the time. Just like regular nail polish. But yeah, lately I've just been kind of lazy. But it is really nice to have your nails done. I think I made his head too big, maybe? I'll fix it. We'll finesse it a little bit, I think, in a moment. The train to my grandparents stopped in 2011. It's back literally this year, but just for cement right now. Passenger trains went. Aw. Have you tried any Art X watercolor sketchbooks? They're hot press. Art X watercolor sketchbooks. Have I? I don't think I have. Yeah, I'm excited to try or like to tackle a different one after I finally finish this. I have an enormous watercolor sketchbook collection, so I need to get through those, I think, before I buy more. But I definitely have some watercolor sketchbooks that are hot press paper. I'm kind of blanking on which ones exactly right now. So the thing about Hades, so like the line art is actually lighter as opposed to like being darker. So that is kind of an interesting thing. I'm like, do I try and paint around to get the line art like that? Pretty meticulous, but we can try. And if it doesn't work out, then I'll just put the line art back in. But let's see if I can do it. kind of did not do that up here on the sleeve, but kind of cool, right? Gotta go. Thanks for the snow day painting sesh. Aw, thanks for joining. It's looking amazing. Thank you so much. It don't matter what materials you use. It's having fun with it that counts. Yes, I agree. I agree. No buy resistance. Yes, I know. Definitely. We should use what we have. Use what we have. I have a couple of questions I'm meaning to ask. I don't know that it'll fit in one of the messages, so I'll post them one at a time. If you see them, great. If not, there's always Google. Having your nails done is so fun, especially if you get cat eye or chrome. Oh, so pretty. Yeah, I absolutely loved having really, really like elaborate looking nails that I had gotten done at a salon. But for what I have at home, I just have like regular nail polish, which is not nearly as exciting. But in the spirit of, yeah, not purchasing things that I don't exactly need, I'm gonna hold off on getting gel and all those kinds of fun stuff. I kind of look at it as like a special occasion, you know. This is a line art challenge. Part of the line art challenge. You guys are so right. This is a really fascinating way to do line art, isn't it? Are you going to do a sketchbook tour? Yes, I definitely will. The sketchbook is close to being done, but we're not there just yet. But I am very, very excited for that day. Hopefully in a couple months. One, I found acrylic gouache because of you. So many things to love. I've wondered though, can they be used like watercolors as far as water down plus applied in thin layers? Palette recommendations. Yes, you absolutely can use acrylic gouache in like a watercolor way, for sure. You just add lots and lots of water. And palettes, I have been really, really loving a Stay Wet palette, or a wet palette. Stay Wet is like probably the most popular brand. I personally use what's it called? Red Grass, I think is the brand. I always have them linked in like all of my acrylic gouache videos. But yeah, I find using a Stay Wet palette or a wet palette has been like mind boggling, like in a way that like it just allows me to work with the paints for so much longer, because it keeps the paints wet, or as opposed to a regular palette like a ceramic palette or whatever, because acrylic gouache, as you know, I keep getting water on it, will dry, and then you waste the paints and whatever. It's annoying. So yeah, getting a wet palette has been awesome. I've heard people just do DIY their own palettes too. Like they'll just get like a wet sponge and then palette paper and put it in as like a container or something. Did I splash it again? Oh my gosh. Because my cleaning water is like up here. I need to be more careful. Sad. Yes, it's happy little accident. Yes, let's channel the calmness of Bob Ross. It's okay. It's okay. Wow, this like me painting around the line art is working. It looks pretty cool. It's obviously not as like crisp as doing the line art manually, but you know, in the spirit of experimenting, kind of cool, kind of cool. Okay, I think there's like one more there. That didn't quite translate exactly right, but it's fine. Oh my gosh, you guys, I keep splashing on it. I tell myself to be careful and then I just don't. Do you ever do underpaintings for watercolor / acrylic wash pieces? If you do, with what media? I've wondered if I could do acrylic ink underpaintings, but unsure if watercolor will adhere after. Oh, you can definitely do that. Absolutely. I actually did a video kind of like that, I think, a while back, where I did like, I used, I think, like a brown acrylic ink kind of pass, like underpainting, and then used watercolors on top. Pretty sure. So yeah, you absolutely can do that. I don't do underpainting super often, but I have definitely done it before. What songs are you hoping they sing at the BTS concert? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, Blood, Sweat, and Tears I think is like the just iconic. I think they just have to. Wings, Outer Wings is one of my favorite sort of like B-sides, I guess. It's an oldie, so I'm not really sure if that will, you know, make it, but I just love that one. What else? I'm curious about like all the solo projects. I'm like, I wonder if that's gonna be an element or not. I'm kind of okay with it not being part of it. I think like, you know, it's been so long since they've been together, so I think I would be perfectly fine if there were all or mostly, you know, OT7 performances. But I wouldn't be mad at some solo stuff. Okay, I think doing this method is breaking my brain for this swirly part, so I might have to abandon all that. Because we want to do this little like swirly shape here. It's not exact, but you know, kind of get the idea. Yeah, I think I might just have to fill that in. Yeah, that's fine. And then I'll do some... I'm realizing now his arms are definitely like too light and too blue, so let's fix that as well. I DIY'd a stay palette. I got a shallow plastic container at the dollar store, put some sturdy paper towels at the bottom, cut a sheet of parchment paper to size on top. Amazing! Yeah, I'm glad that you people have been successfully DIYing it, because that's awesome. Smooth like butter. Yeah, I've heard like, I think the members don't necessarily like feel super attached to those like dynamite butter permission to dance. So like, that's valid. If they don't want to do it, I'm okay with that. I think butter is my favorite, my preferred one of the three. I know they've done medleys before too, so I think that's valid if they want to go that route. But yeah, I'm like, what else do I want out of BTS set list? I'm like blanking on their discography suddenly. But yeah, I think Blood, Sweat, and Tears is definitely a favorite. Or DNA and Fake Love. Ooh, yeah. Fake Love is good too. It would be criminal if they didn't do Blood, Sweat, and Tears. Okay, good. Oh, Fire? I think Fire is fun. Fire. I feel like that's a really fun concert song. I remember that acrylic ink video is the witchy girl with snake. Yes, exactly. Thistle and Spire. Wow, your memory is great. Yes, that is the exact video I was thinking of. My grandma used to paint with acrylics when I was a kid, and when I got into acrylic wash, she was like, here, have all the stuff, and amongst the things, there are 2 huge Stay Wet palettes. Amazing! Love that. I gotta go, but thank you guys. You are wonderful. Aw. Thank you. Bye. Thanks for joining. Is watercolor ink better / more opaque or saturated than normal watercolor or gouache? It's how do we describe watercolor ink in comparison? It's not more opaque than gouache. I would say it's like a liquid concentrated watercolor, I think, is kind of the way that I would describe it. Gouache is definitely going to be the most opaque still. But yeah, watercolor ink is very, very saturated in color. So I think it's something that people really gravitate towards for that. And it's, you can get waterproof ones as well, which is why it's like really great for line art or underpainting with like, and using it in conjunction with watercolors. For those of you who are familiar with Furry Little Peach, I believe she tends to favor watercolor inks, or like inks in general over watercolors, I think, because she works in like a very saturated, like really, really saturated right out the gate kind of thing, if I'm remembering correctly. So yeah. They could do OT7 versions of the solo songs too. I kind of need an OT7 standing next to you performance. Oh, wait, you're so right. I do love that. I like, that reminds me of when they did Dechita, right? When they did like Dechita with the group. That's big brain energy. Yeah, I think that's the move. Wow, this looks amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I'm quite pleased with how it turned out. I think we're getting pretty close to finishing, honestly. Yeah, I think This column can probably be be a little darker. And then probably finesse Hades' silhouette and head there a little bit more. But we're getting there. Like the clouds, I think the clouds are done. Oh, except I need to add the clouds right in the back, like the darker ones. So I'll get to that as well. But let's figure out his little head there. Thank you for the expertise, Shifu Tina. You're welcome. Thank you for the compliment on my memory. Can't remember what day it is most of the time, but I remember my favorite artist videos, especially when they're educational. Aw, I appreciate it. I know, it's funny how selective memory works, right? Like I can remember song lyrics to like a late 90s song that I haven't heard in a decade, but geography, terrible. Can't remember anything. I'm just waiting on the day you come out with an art book like the ones 3D Total Publishing. Got one Cosmic Spectrum, Kellogg's Loops, Gret Lesky, Haikala. I need an imawonder art book. Oh, I'm so honored. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Yeah, an art book is something that I absolutely will do one day. I'm thinking it will probably end up being like a self-published thing. I don't know if I'm at the caliber of a 3D Total approach, but I want to be in a place where when I collect all of the, artwork for said book, I'm like really, really proud of it. So I'm not quite there yet. And so I think that's what is going to be hopefully the journey that we have this year with this art style challenge, where I can figure out where I want to take my art. So yeah, it's all work in progress, But I'm glad and very honored and flattered when people express interest in an art book from me. But for those of you who don't know, I do have like little zines that I sell on my online shop and at conventions. Zine being short for magazine. And they contain like little collections of my artwork, but it's not like a full-blown, like coffee table art book. So I have those as an option for the time being. An art book would be so fire. Thank you. Oh my god, yes, I would love an art book from you. I have Chris Hong's. Amazing! Aw. Yes. I also have Chris's book. I'll definitely have to look at her book again for inspo. The other thing I will say that I'm kind of torn about when it comes to an art book eventually is how to structure it, because I feel like I have so many avenues of my art, not only with like mediums, but also themes, and like I have a lot of fan art, and I feel like I don't know if fan art necessarily makes sense to include. Um, I've thought about doing like a separate art book for fan art, like it would be like, you know, life of a fangirl or something like that, and then it would be an art book of all my fan art, which, and then my other, you know, art book would be my original stuff. Because like things like this, like the screenshot redraws, are really cool and fun, but it doesn't really make sense, I feel like, in an art book that's supposed to represent me. But obviously it does represent me in a very specific way. So like something like that would be kind of fun. Or like, you know, I like those like 6 fan arts, or like those kinds of like fan arty sketchbook pages, but also just like fan art in general that I've made. Oh yes, that's smart. I would get both. Oh, thank you. I'm glad. I've been meaning to get Chris Hong's art book. Seriously, I am getting into watercolor, acrylic gouache, acrylic ink because of Tina, Chris Hong, Kellogg's Loops, loves, love, love. I'm in good company. Thank you so much. Yes, she still sells her art book. You can get it in person if you happen to catch her. She's going to be at Dokomi with me as well. Like not together, but we're both going to be there. We're traveling together, but like we're not sharing a table anyway. So you can still catch her book. She has 2 now. And she also has it in her online shop as well. Pretty sure. Okay, now, yes, let's darken the column more. I think this is a little bit too bright. And I think all of it is a little bit too bright. Do that. But there is just like that little sliver right here where he meets the column so that he stands out. Hi everyone, what happened so far? Well, we've pretty much started and finished this Hades screenshot. Just trying to get like the fluffy edges on this cloud at the top here. I really wanted her first book, so it's good to know she's still selling it. Yeah, absolutely. I helped her move the stock into her apartment. I'm glad to hear she's still out doing art. I haven't seen a YouTube video from her in a while and was hoping she's doing okay. I'm not all over socials, so if she's active elsewhere, let me know. Oh yeah, she's on Instagram. Yeah, she hasn't posted a YouTube video in a while, but she is on Instagram. Oh yeah, I forgot about the clouds over here. I need to do that too. Let's do that. Now, what color? I guess this. Yeah, okay, let's do that. I think I'm predicting I'm gonna need a little bit of white again. Wow, time flies. I can't believe it's almost 5 o'clock already. Although I guess I started later than usual, so it feels... Normally I start at 1. Today I started at 2. Okay, let's see. I'm a little nervous. This gradient turned out so nice, so I'm a little nervous to mess it up, but... Oh, this is actually a bit lighter than I needed, but that's okay. It'll make for a good base, I guess, when we go over it. Yes. Nice. Canadian artists are unmatched. Aw, appreciate it. Honestly, Heated Rivalry is like my Canadian pride right now. Okay, wow, cool, 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 cool. Okay, almost there, you guys. Very exciting. Just like teeny little details here and there. I do think I need to do the line art of this a little bit down here. I think I'm kind of debating on whether or not I use a paint marker or if I use the actual gouache. I want to eat those clouds, right? They're like cotton candy. I've convinced 5 people to watch Heated Rivalry. I'm doing my part. Yes! I love it. Love to hear it. The gay hockey agenda. I have also convinced people to watch it. Oh my gosh. Oh, actually, speaking of gay people on ice, Yuri on Ice, I feel like because Heated Rivalry has, you know, done so well, and Mappa has now been, I don't know if it's like acquired or they're collaborating with Netflix or whatever, but I wonder, can we manifest that we get the Yuri on Ice movie to happen? Or just, I feel like the fans deserve it, you know? And yes, okay. And then I know some people are skeptical or like worried about the Mappa Netflix link up. I'm not really sure what to expect from it, but that's what I'm manifesting for the Yuri on Ice girlies and gays. Yeah, I guess I'll just... This works. I will never forgive them for canceling Adolescence, though. I know! It's so tragic. I want a reboot of Kami-sama Kiss. We deserve a proper final season. I want more of my man Tomoe. Yes! Oh my gosh, I finally finished watching Kami-sama Kiss, and I 100% agree. I need more. Like, hello? I haven't even watched the OVAs yet. But yeah, like, we need more Kami-sama Kiss. Absolutely. I agree. Netflix is hard to predict. Sometimes they hit it out of the park, and sometimes they flop so hard, or they make something great and cancel it immediately. I know, it really is such a Russian roulette, honestly. Yuri on Ice fans have it rough from what I've heard. I know, I feel for them. But yeah, Tomoe, I love Tomoe. I also really love Nanami. I think she's like such a cute shoujo protagonist. So yeah, I would love more Kami-sama Kiss. And I don't know, I feel like shoujo is having a moment. So fingers crossed. I mentioned this yesterday, but I was really happy about Yona of the Dawn. Is getting a second season after all these years. I haven't looked into it, but I came across a TikTok citing that something or on a High School Host Club related is coming back, which I think we're all very skeptical about, but hopeful. I'm hopeful, but skeptical. Because I also really, really love Ouran High School Host Club. And it has stood the test of time in the sense that, like, the fandom is still going strong, as far as I can tell. So... But yeah, I'm just adding another layer to the clouds in the back here, just so they kind of feel like they're receding a little bit more. I think that's helping. Yes, finally. I've been waiting since I was 10 for Ouran reboot or season 2, anything really. I really hope it's not just like an OVA episode or something. I really hope it's like something proper. And the humor is so effortless and the love story progression is not forced. In Kami-sama Kiss, it's my comfort series. I rewatched it for the third time recently. Yes, I agree. The humor really hits. And it just feels, yeah, I agree. It just feels really sweet and natural. Okay, guys, I think we did it. I actually quite happy with how this turned out. For, you know, aesthetic purposes, I'm going to fill out more swatches here. That is so funny how I went and cleaned off this watercolor palette and then I like barely used the the bottom half that I had washed off. If Oran High School Host Club comes back, I'll do a backflip. Me too, Laura, me too. I would freak out. Amazing, it looks so good. Careful with that brush, Tina, you're gonna splash it again. Oh my god, thank you. Yeah, you're so right. Oh my god, never learn. What the heck? Yay! Okay, let's put this away for a second so we can see the full spread. Also, wait, actually, also a moment for this part of the color of the palette. Isn't that just delicious? The hot pink and the two blues there. I live. So good. Actually, this whole palette looks really pretty. I feel like just the kind of the orange maybe sort of throws it off, but like I kind of love it, this color palette. Anyway, let's zoom you out there so we can get a look-see at the whole thing. You know what? I take back what I said yesterday about the Arteza gouache being dull and chalky because I've been proven wrong. The colors here look really quite vibrant, actually. Wow, the snowstorm is still bananas outside. Wow. Okay. It's gorgeous, honestly. Thank you. The colors on your palette remind me of the colors of your Sailor Uranus couple piece. Oh my god, you're right. My brain is, it clearly gravitates to a very specific color palette. But yes, you are so right. Good, good memory. I love the clouds are so pretty, but Hades turned out so well too. Thank you. Yeah, the clouds were really fun to do. And I'm very, very pleased with that gradient. And then for Meg, the background is actually my favorite. The green, like, water. I'm very, very pleased with how that turned out. And yeah, this is like maybe this might be one of my favorite spreads in the sketchbook. This page, I mean, I should say. Yeah, the colors are just so delicioso. I mean, how are you guys feeling? Should we stream a little more? I know I'm technically done, but I'm like, I don't need to eat dinner just yet. That's usually what ends up happening is like I leave the stream because I need to go eat dinner or I'm hungry, but I feel like I could probably stream for a little longer if you guys are up for it because there are a couple of gaps that we could maybe tackle. I'm not sure like how much longer I'll stream for, but maybe like another half an hour or something. The Arteza gouache took that personally and came in swinging today. It really did. It was listening. It was like, girl, please hold my beer. We're always down for more if you are. Yes, stream more. I'm doing my nails while watching you. Yay. Okay. Aw, you guys are so nice. We can do a small piece somewhere on another page. Yes. Okay. I actually have, I think, the perfect thing. Oh, speaking of BTS, Vampire Jungkook. Yes. Um, oh, and someone was talking about Laura Olympus earlier. I have a Persephone here from like ages ago. Okay, wait. Okay, there is a little gap in this that I want to work on. I'm gonna run to the bathroom, and then we'll continue. Actually, I think I'm gonna fill up my glass of water as well. So intermission, guys. I'll be back. Okay, I'd like turned a light on in the back to see if that would help because it's gotten so dark, but I don't know if that's really necessary. I don't think it really works. So let me just turn it off. Yeah, it doesn't really, whatever. um, okay. Um, Aw, you guys. Yes, okay. Thank you. I am happy to stay a little longer. So, let's take Hades off. And let's move all the paints out of the way because I think for this last bit, we're going to use the paint markers instead. I think that'll be the move. So let me just move everything out of the way. Oh yeah, I put a sweater on because I got cold. For all of my fellow Rugrats fans. I love your Riptar sweater. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so we're gonna use the paint markers and I just realized I had moved the camera. Okay, let's get you in there. Okay, so there is a page in here. Oh my god! I watched the Phone a Fangirl BuzzFeed video with XG this morning. They are the cutest. Love them. But yes, there is a sketchbook page in here where there's a little blank spot here. Yes, okay. We worked on this in multiple live streams like a while back using paint markers, and I still have yet to finish this little corner. And last time, because I was taking requests from the chat, and the suggestion originally was Alice from Alice in Wonderland, but you know, it's a new day, it's a new stream, so honestly I'm open to you guys suggestions if you have something different. And the only caveat really is like we're trying to stick within like a blue-ish color palette. That's kind of what we're doing, because this side was like red and blue, and then this side is like very blue heavy. So Anastasia looks so good. Thank you. Love Anastasia. Oh my gosh. When I did karaoke last with my friends, we did we do an Anastasia song, or am I thinking of a different time? Alice would fit the above aesthetic, honestly. She does, doesn't she? I think it was definitely a good choice. So we could definitely stick with Alice from Alice in Wonderland if we want, but I am open to other options. Hecate from Lore Olympus. Ooh, that would be fun too. That is not a bad option. Could do Bubbles. Oh, Bubbles would fit too. I feel like because I've done Bubbles recently, maybe, I guess, and I also am thinking of doing Alice in Wonderland screenshot redraws too. Speaking of XG, one of the members would be fun. I do love XG. I think maybe we'll stick to like an animated character though, just for consistency. Obsessed with your Roy on your spread. Thank you. Oh my god, Roy Mustang is incredible. I've had a Full Metal Alchemist on the brain lately. I think I'm due for a rewatch again for like the 7th time. Brotherhood specifically, of course. Mercury. Mercury would be so cute. Okay, I'm kind of leaning Mercury. Chloe from Bratz. Ooh, that is fun. I've never drawn a Bratz character before. I'm not gonna lie though, kind of won me over with Mercury. Should we do a poll? Mercury versus Alice. Okay. Alice, oops. Alice versus Mercury. Okay, poll is up. Let me know, should we draw Alice from Alice in Wonderland, or should we draw Mercury from Sailor Moon for our last little sketchbook? And I've got, yes, I've got my, this here. Yeah, when we did this spread last time, I was using, I think, Posca and Molotow. So this time we're going to use these ArtX markers since they are right next to me. Let me, I think there's a couple missing. Let's see. It's just these, just a couple of these bad boys that I had from working on something else. Is one of the drawings Sophie from Howl's Moving Castle? Yes, it is. Yeah, I gave her a little braid and bow, I guess, for whatever reason, which is pretty cute. Okay, Mercury is definitely winning. I think that's the choice here. I'm gonna pull up a reference photo. Who's the purple hair diva? It is Jane Lane from Daria. She doesn't actually have purple hair. She has black hair, but for funsies, I gave her purple just for like color palette's sake. Although I guess I could have technically used like this. Anyway, but yeah, I am a 90s kid through and through, so I love Daria. I've been doing still life oil painting while watching your stream in the background. It's been so relaxing. Thank you. Oh my God, amazing. I'm so glad to keep you company. Kirby, yes. That's amazing. Still lifes are so beautiful. I never end up doing them very much. Okay. Mercury was the winner. I'm painting a candle and a rose still life. Ooh, nice. I recently thrifted some really beautiful candle holders that I'm pretty excited about. I just need to find candles for them now. Okay, it is unfortunately like an awkward spot. Trying to get you guys to see it. All right, let's find a good reference photo of Mercury. The question is school uniform or her Sailor Scout uniform? She is so cute. She was actually my favorite Sailor Scout when I was a kid. Like initially. And then as I got older, it kind of switched to Sailor Jupiter, but I love them all. Sailor Scout uniform, let's do a poll for that too. I think honestly, I'm kind of down to do the Sailor Scout outfit. I think it's more fun. Everyone loves a poll. I know, I do too, honestly. Yeah, I think I'll make the executive decision and just do the Sailor Scout outfit. Sorry, I'm just like looking up a reference photo. The Sailor Scout is perfect for the spread. Yeah, I think so too. Sailor Mars was my favorite growing up. It switched to Jupiter when I got older too. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, oh, Sailor Mars is great too. She's so spicy, which is very fitting. Okay. I see spicy. Oh my gosh. What's that Denali verse? I see spicy. For you, I'm too pricey. So good. Okay. Let's do it. I apologize if you guys are like really on an angle here, but just the way my setup is. My glasses are just constantly getting scuffed. Okay. Now you have to decide original, super, or eternal. Oh my god. So many options. You're so right. I think I'm going kind of classic. Or actually, wait, is it? I just pulled up like a random photo here. Mars was my favorite one until I saw Wicked Lady, which is not Sailor Moon, but so pretty. Oh, yeah. I have been meaning to, I've been really wanting to, really want to try and erase the original sketch here, but draw Wicked Lady and Mistress 9 together, because I did fan art of them way, way, way back, and I think I'm due for a new iteration. It's a little bit hard because I'm kind of distracted by the original Alice sketch there, but we'll get there. So exciting to get closer and closer to finishing this sketchbook. Have we seen XG's new music video and song? It's hypnotizing. Oh, it's so good. I've been listening to it on repeat. I haven't yet. I've listened, or I've seen like a clip, I think on TikTok maybe, but I haven't like sat down and watched the music video yet, but I am very, very excited to do so. I love them. For those of you who don't know, XG is a Japanese girl group and they are iconic. I really want them to come to Canada. I want to see them live. When they did like a North American tour, what was it? Was it last year? They skipped Canada. So sad. To be honest, they're quote-unquote Japanese only on in management. Since day one, they really come across as more global group, like in sound, aesthetics, and all their songs are in English. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I definitely think that I would consider them a global group as well. I guess I say Japanese because they themselves are Japanese, but yes, I definitely agree. Because yeah, the songs are all in English. But I do believe they promote in the K-pop circuit as well. Like they sometimes do like the music shows and promos and stuff, I believe. think it's been a while since I've done any Sailor Moon fan art, actually. Oh yeah, I unfortunately I feel you on, you know, the frustration of acne. I don't have um a lot of like body acne, but I do get a lot of like hormonal acne, which is super frustrating. It's a lifelong struggle, unfortunately. A lot of their producers are, in fact, K-pop producers, or at least in the beginning. I don't know for current songs. That makes sense. Yeah, I think sonically, you can definitely hear the influences or the, which is totally makes sense because I am a big K-pop listener. So, but you know what? Actually, funny enough, um, I kind of like fell down this rabbit hole of feeling really nostalgic. I think probably because we've so many people have been talking about like 2016, and so it's just making everyone very nostalgic in general. And so I have been listening to Fallout. No, not Fall Out Boy. Panic at the Disco's first album, A Fever You Can't Sweat Out. I guess they also had that album had its like 20th anniversary. Is it 20th anniversary or something like that? 15? I don't remember. What's time? But yeah, I was just like feeling my pop punk emo roots a little bit with that. Iconic, isn't it? It still hits. It's so fun. Like, it's so tragic. I watched a whole, and this sort of like fed into, you know, me falling down this like rabbit hole, I guess. I ended up landing on this YouTube video, and this person basically broke down the timeline of Panic's sort of, you know, trajectory or downfall, however you want to look at it. And it is so tragic that, you know, Ryan Ross and like the original members went their separate ways because I think, you know, they were very integral to those first two albums. And it just wasn't ever quite the same. I've definitely listened to a number of the, you know, Brendan Urie forward Panic albums, but I think Fever You Can't Sweat Out is just like a lightning in a bottle situation. No, don't say how long. I don't want to think about how old I am. I know, but if I have to suffer, you have to suffer with me. I get it though. It's honestly, it's like so mind-boggling, hearing about the, you know, these anniversaries. I was actually listening to Right Sins, Not Tragedies 2 days ago, along with Fall Out Boy, Paramore, and some 2000s bands. I was having a blast with my listening party. Yes, exactly. I literally have a playlist that I've compiled with that exact, you know, era of music. I am also a fan of Fall Out Boy, and I am going to be a Paramore stan to the end of my days, I swear. Hayley Williams is my queen. I love her so much. I tried to get tickets to her solo show, but it was like impossible. Which is, it's fine. I've talked about this before, but I actually went to the tour when Fall Out Boy and Paramore did a joint tour back in like, wait, was it 2016? I think it was. That's kind of incredible. Yeah, so that was a really, really fun show. When I heard when they announced that, I was like, say less. I have to go. Are you kidding me? I feel like K-pop Demon Hunters has become such a global phenomenon this year, so much so that one of the songs is nominated for a Grammy. Yes, it's amazing. I'm so happy for them. Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters has put a lot of people onto K-pop as well, which is so cool. Panic felt like a one-man show for a long, long while, sadly. We just accepted it at one point. Yeah, 100%. It just kind of ended up becoming a Brendan Urie project. But I thought it was interesting that at the big, according to this video essay that I watched, Ryan Ross was originally the lead singer, and then when they brought Brendan on, they had agreed to have Brendan be the main singer because they felt like he was a stronger vocalist. And he definitely is a strong singer, 100%. But I think a lot of the songwriting was Ryan Ross, it seems. There was some crazy drama that happened during that timeline that I wasn't familiar with. So, yeah, very, very interesting video essay. That's for sure. I was like, this lore is crazy. Oh yes, I just went to Chiyodo's 20th anniversary tour. It was so epic, but I feel so old. Have you ever drawn Haley? I have. Oh my god, I used to draw Haley. Um, or well, I should say I've drawn Haley a number of times in high school, but you know what? I don't think I have since. I think you know what? I am due. I am due for some newer Haley art, some kind of fan art. I love her. If any of you have seen I have two videos on my YouTube channel where I go through like my high school art and like sketchbooks and stuff. Very nostalgic and cringe and funny. And you can see some of my Haley Williams fan art in there, as well as my large abundance of anime fan art and weird cringy stuff. Very, very funny videos. I did really like Vices and Virtues too, but to be honest, I think that's mostly because Pete Wentz wrote over half of it. Oh, interesting. Hmm. I saw Paramore at the Wit Turn in 2007. Haley is incredible. Oh my god, amazing, amazing, amazing. Don't even get me started on Green Day. Oh, these guys slayed to this day. Cry my eyes out on Wake Me Up When September Ends. Icons. Oh my god, Green Day is going to be opening the Super Bowl, right? Am I remembering that right? That's really cool. Wake me up when September ends. Classic. Okay, I think that's like good enough sketch wise. Let's let me just do a darker pass and then we will get to using the color pens, or not color pencils, the paint markers. Do you think your art style has changed since you first drew the other figures on this page? Probably, honestly. I remember, maybe not by like much, but I do remember not being very pleased with how Sophie turned out up here. So, yeah. I mean, also, I feel like my art style is always been all over the place, especially when it comes to fan art, because, you know, I think the original content sort of influences a little bit of what I'm doing at that with the thing. So yeah, I definitely think this feels different from everything else on the page, but they're also very different from each other too, I think. Okay, I think honestly I'm mostly just, we just want to make sure the face is locked in. So the rest, I don't mind too much. Okay, so I know I have a swatch page somewhere of these, but I don't remember where. So we're just gonna wing it. I look at my art from high school and I cringe every time I see it. Aw, I mean, I get it because I also feel that way, but I also have like a fondness for it because, I don't know. I think I can recognize that I had a lot of passion for what I was making, and yeah, I think there's a charm to that. Okay, let's just, I'm just gonna go for it. Oh, I just remembered someone had asked me how I felt about these paint markers, and I forgot to answer the question. But yeah, I think they're really nice. The flow is really good. I mean, this is only my, maybe I haven't used them a lot, so I can't really speak to what they're going to be like over time. But my first impressions of them so far have been pretty good. I like that they flow like immediately, and the flow seems like fairly consistent, which is pretty impressive because my experience with paint markers for the most part has been like Posca and Molotow, where you have to like depress the nib and shake it a lot and all those things. So this just feels so straightforward, which is nice, and it's also great to have a brush tip as well. Paramore was my first concert. Tegan and Sarah opened for them, and I won't forget the whole experience. Oh my god, that's an incredible lineup. Tegan and Sarah, my Canadian queens. That is amazing. Wow. just the queen out. Yeah, that's amazing. Aw, she looks so kawaii, so demure. Yes, that's exactly what I was hoping for, because that is the energy Sailor Mercury has, you know? Ami is very, very sweet and demure, for sure. But I will say, actually, these are not, like, perfectly opaque. You can kind of see, like, they are a little bit transparent, actually. Zoom you in a little bit more. There we go. K-pop Demon Hunter is also nominated for an Oscar. They may perform Golden. Wow. So happy for them, seriously. Personally, though, Golden is... This is maybe controversial. Golden is maybe my least favorite song from the soundtrack. Personally, I would have picked This Is What It Sounds Like to be, you know, the song that they're, like, performing and promoting and whatever, but I know that Golden is, like, the most popular one of the tracks, but that's just me. Just joined. Love snow days. Oh, welcome. I have been streaming for quite a number of hours, but the snowstorm has not let up. At least for me here in Toronto. Welcome, welcome. I've started putting my swatch pages at the back of my sketchbooks because I keep losing them. Valid. I have too many sketchbooks to keep track of, unfortunately. But yes, that is a good idea. Can we blend? Can we blend? A little bit? Ooh, okay. Whoa, that's fun. You gotta work really, really fast, but it's doable. Okay. Oh, you know what though? Okay, I also feel like I should mention, and I think that's maybe part of why this blending is going a lot better than when I tried it on a different sketchbook, is this paper, or this sheet, I had primed it with like white gesso and sanded it. So the surface is like super smooth. So I think that's why like I'm able to kind of blend easier because it doesn't absorb quite as fast. And it's sort of like gliding around on the surface, I think. I think Although after it dries, it doesn't look super blended, actually. It looks blended when it's wet, but it doesn't look that blended when it's dry. I've been thinking of getting them. I have tried a few different paint markers, but they don't flow super well. I have been sent the Enme brand as well. I haven't like compared them side by side just yet. I need to like lock in and use both of them more probably. But yeah, I should do like a comparison video at some point. There's a lot of different brands on the market, it seems like now. So it remains to be seen which reigns supreme, or if they're all very similar to each other. I don't remember thinking that there was like a super distinct difference, but maybe I should, yeah, do like a comparison side by side or something at some point. Anastasia looks so diva in the corner. She really does. She's giving us some side eye to Kirby, I guess. Just side eyeing Kirby. She is a diva. I love how sassy she is. I love that type of dynamic between like romantic leads, like the bickering, the banter. Her and Dimitri, chef's kiss. Okay, let's do the headband, I guess. I have the shuttle art markers, and they're just like the Art X markers. One helpful tip: if the ink is dry, even after shaking the marker, just wet the tip and shake it, swatch it. Oh, that's good to know. Which character is that next to the Sailor Scout? Yes, Anastasia from the animated Don Bluth 90s classic Anastasia. Don Bluth, right? Pretty sure it's Don Bluth. The angst. Yes. What's everyone's favorite trope in your media? Or should we go favorite romance tropes? Yeah. I am a sucker for enemies to lovers or rivals to lovers. For some reason, I'm not usually that into childhood friends to lovers. I'm not sure why. I know that's like a favorite of a lot of people, but for some reason that's not what I tend to gravitate towards. Would you ever do a fan art emotion page again? Oh yes, I do want to do another one of those. Yes. I have many a thing. I'm like, yeah, I'm totally gonna do it again, and then like a year goes by and I'm like, oh, I never did it again. But it is on my mind, I promise. But thank you for reminding me, especially because I've been working on expressions a little bit more lately, so I think I am due for that again, and I think I could probably be even better at it. Enemies to lovers, obvi. Yes. taste. It's tough for me to narrow that list down, but I have a huge soft spot for childhood friends to lovers trope. I blame Edwin for that. Wait, you're so right. Earlier I was like, I don't usually like childhood friends to lovers, but you're so right. Edward Elric and Winry is a really good one. You are so right. I do love that one. You've changed my mind. I guess obviously every trope can be done well or poorly. Star-crossed lovers, forbidden love. I guess I love tragedy. Ooh, yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. I like a why choose romance, maybe because I'm tired of love triangles, just love all of them. I have decided or have figured out that I hate love triangles as well. It's so funny because I was watching one of my old videos for just out of curiosity, and I had said I liked love triangles, and I was like, oh my god, I do not feel that way anymore. I have grown. I've evolved beyond that. But I understand why people love triangles, or like the appeal of it. It creates a lot of tension, obviously. But I have second male lead syndrome. I feel like I always end up liking the one that's not gonna get picked, which is so tragic. The reference photo that I'm looking at, her hair is quite turquoisey, actually, which is interesting. I'm gonna look up another photo of her just to see. I mean, she has many iterations of her, multiple anime, the manga, so yeah. My memory of her hair is more blue, not quite turquoisey. So I think I'm gonna go that route instead. Villain redemption arcs are the most 50-50. They're either done right or terribly wrong. Yes, agreed. I feel like Zuko is a really great example of a villain redemption arc, and then Daenerys from Game of Thrones. Oh wait, no, she's the opposite. She turned into a villain, but it was like done terribly. Who's a good example of a bad villain redemption arc? I'm trying to think. Yes, like the middle has both hands, so why choose, honestly? Or mismatch couples, like when the author forces a relationship on characters that have no business being together or weren't fleshed out enough to end up with each other. Yes, I do find that frustrating. I saw that Posca came out with a brush marker set. I wanted to get them so bad. I don't know what is stopping me, honestly. That makes sense. I feel like they had been known to be the paint marker brands, and now so many brands are coming out with their own paint markers, so it totally makes sense that they would, try to get in on that. I'm really torn on what shade of blue to use for her hair, if you can't tell. Okay, let's okay. Let's go with that for the highlight. Now it's just a matter of what color do I use for the base. Is that too, like, indigo? Okay, that I want to use. Did I already swatch this? I don't know. I think I did. Yeah, I think I did right there. Actually, this trio, that works. I think that works. Okay. Okay, let's do this first. Kronk. I should rewatch Emperor's New Groove. That movie is so fun. I'm always torn on how I want to do highlights. Like, do I want to do a gradient? Do I want it to be, like, super jaggedy? Do I want it to be, like, a big blobby, soft shape? I can't seem to figure out my go-to approach when it's comes to, like, stylizing hair. Jaime Lannister sort of has a redemption arc, but it's mostly that it's revealed he was never as bad as people thought, but the show ruined that too. Oh no. Yeah, I actually never watched Game of Thrones. I only watched the first episode, maybe the second episode, and I was like, nope, no thank you. But obviously, you know, it was a humongous cultural phenomenon, and I could not escape people talking about it. So I am familiar with some of the characters and the downfall of that fated final season. But yeah, it's unfortunate because it seemed to have started out really, really strong. But I think that's due to, you know, it was following the books initially, and then there was no more books left. So... And from what I heard, the author still has not finished the books. So, like, my guy, what's going on? Not that I have any stakes in it, but, you know, for the people. I like a true wife guy where the main lead just really likes his partner from the beginning. Aww. There is something really comforting about that when there's no conflict in that regard. I love the third wheel comic relief character who's totally in support of the main couple and pushes the main lead to be more forthcoming and pursue his girl. I live. Oh yeah, those characters are so cute. So wholesome. Funny enough, this is probably like not who you're thinking of, but this is what it immediately made me think of because it's just, I watched it recently. My friend and I, we watched A Cinderella Story, the Hilary Duff, Chad Michael Murray movie. And Hilary Duff's character has like a male best friend, and I feel like so many movies, especially of that era, of that genre, you know, the male best friend is always like pining over, like secretly pining over the lead. But I really appreciated in this case for a Cinderella story, her male best friend is genuinely like not interested in her romantically, and he's there to be supportive, and you know, be her cheerleader, and he's got his own pursuits and he's doing his own thing, and I really appreciated that because I feel like that's not what you expect because of, you know, the stereotypes and stuff. No drama, no triangles, just wholesome friendship. That's good, some good stuff. Yes. I like a found family type of romance, one that is comfortable and safe, doesn't have to be explosive like the one from Divine Rivals or from Lockwood and Co. Yeah, I feel like there's two camps happening right now. there's the people who want the angst, and there's people who want the opposite of you know, just like comforting and sweet and no drama, which is very funny. It's so valid. It just kind of depends on what the mood you're in for, right? Because I think I like both depending on what I'm feeling at the time. Because, like, yeah, sometimes I'm like, I'm in the mood to feel something. I'm in the mood to cry. And then sometimes I'm like, I am too emotionally fragile and unstable for that. So, yeah, it really depends. Has anyone seen another Cinderella story with Selena Gomez? My sister and I love that movie and we're obsessed with it. I have not seen that movie. Oh, the found family stuff is so comforting. Spoiler for Demon Slayer. I love how in the end, Zenitsu, Inosuke, Tanjiro, and Nezuko all settle down in their home and live as a family. What? That's so sweet. Oh my god. Oh, that's so cute. Oh my god, stop it. Thank God. That series is throwing me for a loop. They deserve it. Oh my god, my babies. My sweet little babies. Yes, I think I want to do that. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let that dry, and then do that. Let's do... I just woke up and was surprised about the extra live stream. How are you doing today, Tina? Thank you. Yes, I know. It was a surprise for me too, because my plans got canceled and or rescheduled, And so I was like, well, all of my setup is here, so why not? But yeah, I'm doing great. We've had a nice, cozy snow day. Well, snow day for me. And yeah, I did the other Hercules stream. No, whoa, what am I saying? The other Hercules screenshot. So we have the full page done. I will show that off afterwards. And I was just like, you know what? I'm feeling good. Let's keep going. So we're just filling out this last little bit on this page. Happy to have you here. I like both too, but looking over my faves, the sweet comfort romances win out. That's fair. When you look back on it with fondness, that's valid. Yeah, there's room for both tropes in my heart. I like will they, won't they, as long as it doesn't go on too long. Too often, by the time those situations reveal themselves, I don't care anymore. Yeah, fair. Who are your favorite fictional couples? Ooh, I definitely have some. It's like sometimes when you're in the moment, you're like, wait, do I remember anything at this moment? Have I consumed a story ever in my life? Let me think. Why can't I think of anything? Okay, I'm not gonna lie. This comes up like every other live stream, but the first thing that came to mind was Katara and Zuko, but they're not canon. And I don't know if, I mean, I will die on that hill, but are they my favorite? I don't know if they're my favorite. Yeah, I don't think they're my favorite, but I will die on that hill. But what is my favorite? Who is my favorite? Oh, that blue is gorge. Wow. Love. Chat, let me know who your favorite couples are. Maybe that'll help me help my brain. Oh, Gojo Geto? I mean, they're literally looking at me right now on my desk. But is that my favorite? Even though I do have figures of them. Is that my favorite? I don't know if that's my favorite, to be honest. Even though, yeah. I do like them, though. Doomed Yowie. Tragic. OG Disney Channel movies with Selena Gomez were a league of their own. They were so good. She was my favorite after Miley, and that's only because of Hannah Montana. Oh my god, Hannah Montana is iconic. Who is excited for Bridgerton season 4 coming out this week? Yes, me! I was talking about that earlier. I'm doing watch parties with my friends, and we're gonna make like a whole tea party theme out of it, I think. Yeah, I'm excited. I think Benedict? Is that his name? Right? I always thought the character, the actor was like really charming, or the character. They're probably the same. Yeah, I'm excited. The trope is basically Cinderella, so I think that'll be fun. I loved season 2 with Anthony and Kate. That was definitely my favorite season. So I'm curious to see how this next one holds up. It's even more heartwarming and heartbreaking when you think about the Kamoko squad, as they're all friends too. Oh my gosh. I'm like not emotionally prepared for the next Demon Slayer installment because like I know things are gonna hit the fan and I'm just like I have spoilers in my brain. Like I know the fate of some characters and I'm like, I'm not ready. The blue paint marker is so pretty, right? What color do you think he used the least? Probably like, I mean, this is technically gold, but like if this wasn't a metallic, like this sort of color, like a mossy, bronzy kind of shade, like I definitely don't gravitate towards like that or something like this. Really, I think, like muddled kind of greens is not my go-to. What was I doing? Oh yes, this. Sasaki and Miyano. Oh my god, I love Miss Sasaki and Miyano. So freaking cute. Oh my god, so wholesome, so fluffy. I love. Nanami and Tomoe, great choice. I also thought about them, but I feel like I've only seen the first season and I haven't read the manga, so I feel like I haven't lived with those characters nearly as long, but I do love Kamisama Kiss. I think Zutaro would have taught you boys that just because you like a girl doesn't mean she's yours. I don't give a F about Canon, Katara, and Zuko live happily ever in my heart. Yes! Dare I say Katniss and Peeta. Ooh, that's a great choice. I loved reading the Hunger Games books when I was younger. And the movies are amazing. I actually have been thinking about renewing my library card so I can go borrow Sunrise on the Reaping because I'm living for the Hunger Games resurgence. I loved Ballads and Songbirds and wait, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes? Is that what it's called? I didn't read the book, but I loved the movie. I will defend Renee Zellweger. Is that her name? I'm like, I will defend her. I don't remember her name. I love her. She just got done dirty by some of the other projects that she was working on, but she was fantastic in that movie. Okay, I'm getting distracted. I'm trying to find a color to use for like the shadows and like the whites of the eye. Okay, I think that'll do. I'll tell you who's not a favorite couple, any of them in Inuyasha. Correct. Like, I love Inuyasha as a series, but you are so correct. Like, the actual romance in that series is so frustrating. Like, it's always Kagome versus Kikyo, but Inuyasha is the real problem. Like, sir, stop stringing these girlies along. Pick one. And Morocco and Songo, disaster. Like, she deserved better. She's a queen. He didn't deserve her. I'm still obsessing Momo and Genshi. Is that Dandadan? No. Is it? Do you have any ideas for your line artwork for January, or have you started it? Yes, I'm gonna be going along the theme of fire horse, since for the Zodiac this year, it's the year of the fire horse. So this is the sticker that I did for it. And I'm going to be doing so this is for Patreon, and I'm going to be doing something along this theme. I think I probably will include like a character, like a human with the horse in the actual artwork, or print. I don't know what to call it. But yes, that's the plan. I'm like planning to work on it tomorrow, basically, because, you know, January is almost over, which is a little bit alarming. But yeah, excited to finally do that. And I'm planning to use my my glass dip pen again, since I've only used it that one time, and I think it'll be fun to use it again. My brain is going to Edward Winry, Roy Riza. Great choices. I agree. I'm not familiar with South Park, but Bubble Line from Adventure Time is also a great choice. Love them. I actually did a Bubble Line fan art back in the day. I still quite like it, actually. I've like considered bringing it back as a print, but I'm like, is it still relevant? Do people want that? Oh man, you should. The new book is so good. Yeah, I've heard good things. And like, I don't really read that much anymore, but like the Hunger Games, like YA was like the genre I did used to read. And I feel like that would be the book that, you know, would get me to read again. Or at least like I would read that, I think. So yeah. And I have, you know, been realizing that I spend a lot of time looking at screens, and I think I would greatly benefit from reading a book so that I'm not looking at a screen for once. Oh my god. I will say, even though, you know, also brand like very new piece of media to me anyway, but I am obsessed with Ilya and Shane from Heated Rivalry. Everyone's like, "Girl, you are bringing every reason, every excuse to talk about Heated Rivalry," but that the brain rot is real, you guys. But also, I finished rewatching it yesterday with my friends, so that's probably part of it too. I'm doing my Canadian duty by mentioning it at every possible opportunity. Rachel Zegler, yes, thank you. Renee Zellweger is the girl from Vegeto's Diary, thank you. I knew it was like, this is not right. Thank you. Both queens. Made me go back and listen to them all again. They hold up even more nowadays. Amazing. I love that. Sticker is 100% going on my water bottle. Yay, thank you. I meant Mao Mao. Oh, Mao Mao and Jinshi. Yes, of course. Keep practice drawing and you'll have a skill for it. Ayo, wait, woke up just in time. Morning. Hello. I mean, I'm probably going to be heading out. Well, maybe not soon, but we're wrapping up. But glad you were able to catch me. Where did I put... Oh, yes, here we go. Morning to you too. Oh no. Are we okay? Okay. I feel like the stream. Okay. My favorite fiction book is Song of Achilles, and my favorite non-fiction book is Word Slut. Oh, I'm not familiar. What is everyone reading at the moment? I'm reading Red Rising, a classic. I have heard of that. I'm not a big book reader, but I have heard about that. Scott and Kip are so cute too. They are really cute. I feel like their story was like understandably really quick just for the nature of the show, and I appreciate the impact that their story had to elevate Shane and Ilya's story. But it was so funny when I was watching with my friend yesterday. She was like being a hater of Scott and Kip because she was just like being jealous. She was like being jealous, like she's like, oh my god, like Kip got so lucky, he just like happened to be, you know, like it's like perfect timing type of thing. She's like, oh, like he's just making these smoothies at this coffee shop, why can't that happen to me? And I meet this hot hockey player. It was so funny. I haven't watched Heat of Revelry, but I actually have watched it through shorts / reels at this point. Valid. Oh, have you ever drawn Michiru and Hikura Haruka from Sailor Moon? Yes, I have. It's the piece is quite old at this point, but like I have been selling it as a print for quite a while. Let me pull it out actually. You know what? That is also a very iconic couple. But yeah, this is the print. It was originally acrylic gouache. I believe the original has been long sold quite a long time ago. But yeah, acrylic gouache. I never made a YouTube video for it, but very proud of this one. This is actually from 2020. But yeah, it's available in my shop, or if you catch me in an in-person convention, I always have it because they're iconic. We love them. Adventure Time is still going strong thanks to Fiona and Cake spinoff that released last year. Oh yeah, I haven't watched that, but I should. If you liked Heat of Revelry, you cannot miss Ten Dance. I know. I have to watch that one. We were talking about that earlier too. I'm like, do I watch that with my patrons? Do I make that into like a video too? Everything's just content. Everything's content. No, I'm just kidding. Or I feel like actually that could be really fun for me to watch with my friend. The one that I got to watch Heat of Revelry with me. Okay, I'm starting to feel hungry for dinner. Good thing we're wrapping up. We're getting close to finishing. Isn't she just a little cutie patootie? Now, how do I want to do the line art? I think it looks like I was using colored pencils, actually, for the line art last time, but maybe I risk it and use these paint markers since we're using brush markers. I might be able to get away with it. It's kind of risky, though, because they're not that fine. No, you're wrapping up. Oh, I guess I gotta watch the vid upload. It's morning here, so it couldn't come up sooner. No worries. Yes, we will have. I'll have the full thing. And I don't know if you were here yesterday, but I had, maybe not. But I had a live stream yesterday too. I haven't been reading any books, but I've been reading some Resident Evil fanfic if it counts. Absolutely, fanfiction is absolutely reading. This is so gorgeous and soft. I love her skin and lips came out. Thank you. Yeah, I'm actually like so impressed at the blending because I find blending paint markers so challenging. So I'm quite pleased with that. So, do I try line art with these paint markers? I guess let's try. Okay. Maybe I test it not on the face to be safe. Oh yeah, actually, I think it's doable. It's not, well, I don't know. A little risky. A little risky. But what is life without some risks? I'm also thinking, like, I don't necessarily need line art on everything. It's mostly... The main concern is the eyes. Or the features on the face. I think this has me sold on trying these markers. Ooh, yay! I'm glad. They are really fun. I don't know what the price point looks like, these versus the Enmi ones, but I enjoyed using those as well. Although, again, don't have a lot of experience with them. Bro, some fanfiction is legit Shakespeare level of literature. I am reading them and I'm like, what are these words? Who wrote this? I swear those are some undercover authors. I mean, yeah. I feel like there's a reason why fan fiction has such a strong pull for people. And I think there's many cases where fan fiction gets turned into published stuff. Obviously, not all of it is of a high caliber necessarily. But yeah, I definitely have my, tip my hat, pay my respects to the fan fiction writers. Okay, I'm scared. I do need to do, I think I need like something just on the there. The star is very funny looking to me, but I don't mind. It's not that important. True, some fanfics are better written than published works I read. For real, some fanfic I've read were masterpieces compared to some books I've read in the past. Right? I feel like just because something is published or not published doesn't necessarily mean, you know, good or bad. She's so dreamy. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad like the expression and energy ended up landing where I hoped it would, because I wanted her to look, I wanted to emulate her personality, which is, you know, she's like soft and sweet. And demure, as someone pointed out earlier. Okay, let's carefully draw in the eyebrows, because I feel like, you know, that's really important. And then her eyes. Oh gosh. Okay. Pray for me, you guys. Okay, okay, okay. Whew. They say green has a calming effect, but I'd say this blue is so calming. Yeah, I'm team blue in regards of something that feels and looks calming for sure. She's so cutie patootie. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's not... Oh yeah, no it is. I was like, is that doing anything? Can I see anything going on? I think this color is a little bit darker though. Okay. Oh my god, I keep knocking my head on the camera a little bit. Okay, moment of truth though. Let's try doing eyelashes. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh no. I don't know what happened. This side worked really well. This side not as much. But that's okay. You know me, normally I'm like pretty dramatic when I do eyelashes. I like making them like really aggressive, but I think because of this character, I want to keep it really soft and cutesy. Your Sailor Mercury is so beautiful. Thank you. Oh, your style is everything. If I could put it in my soul, I would. Oh, thanks, Laura. That's so sweet. Any tips for overhead art filming? Right now I'm using a tripod that has like a horizontal arm. Does that make sense? And I have it like standing like right next to me. I mean, you can literally see the camera like in my webcam here. So that's really, really helpful. These like horizontal ones. I know my one friend has one that like clamps onto her desk. So that's a really great option as well. Like I am running into the issue right now where like my chair keeps hitting the legs of the tripod that's like standing on the ground. So one that clamps to the desk is a really great option. I think the white highlight of this side is actually a little bit off kilter, so I'm gonna cover it up and then I'll bring it back in with a white paint marker. She is so cute. Oh my goodness. What the heck? Am I on a roll today or what? I'm like so pleased with how this turned out. And honestly, I feel like there's something really nice about how minimal like the shapes are sort of doing the, you know, I don't have liner on everything, and I kind of like that. It keeps it super soft, so I think I'm gonna roll with that. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the flowers. Thank you. These are demure lashes. They're demure for me. Okay, I might have went a little bit too big on that. I'll come back to that and fix it, but gotta do all the little shinies. A shoujo staple. That blue from earlier warmed you up and now you're on a roll. Yeah, thank you. Warm up from yesterday. I think you guys are right. I think it's like, you know, as they say, where am I going with this? Practice makes progress, right? I feel like, if you're a little bit more active, more consistent, it'll pay off. Now I'm just like fiddling with like the most minute details possible, but okay. Cute. I think we're gonna leave it there. I think she looks adorable. You know, I don't want to accidentally like overdo it somehow and like deeply regret it. Wow. Okay, you know what? To the person who asked earlier if they thought my art style, or if I thought my art style has changed since doing the other characters on this page, I think we can definitely see the difference. I mean, part of it also is the fact that I didn't use colored pencils for the line art, and I was using brush tip markers for her, but I do think that, like, yeah, the style has evolved, or, you know, the approach is different for sure. Like, this page definitely is got, like, kind of a more graphic, like, super, super graphic look to it, which is generally how I approach paint markers for the most part. And I think the other thing, too, is the amount of colors I have really dictate what they look like as well. Like, it's much more stylized. Like, the, you know, the skin tones here are, like, not, like, subtle. It's very, like, punchy. I guess I also was doing this, like, you know, like, colored lighting and stuff on some of these. Because, yeah, with my Posca and Molotow markers, I don't have nearly as many color options. So that plays a factor, I think, as well. And then these ones, I was using color pencil for the line art, so that also has like a different feel. Again, I was also doing like, yeah, the shading with like a funky color, or like the bright white highlights, like the harsher, stronger lighting. So that's like part, like, you know, part of it that gives it a very different feel. But yeah, you can definitely tell Sailor Mercury down here is doing a different thing. But I like both for sure. The creative juices are flowing like a river today. Thanks, guys. Cute. Thank you for the extra stream today. Yeah, thanks so much for hanging out with me, you guys. Like, yeah, the snowstorm is unrelenting out there. I had a great time. Honestly, like, if I didn't jump on the stream today, I probably would have just like rotted on my couch. So I'm very, very happy to have felt the motivation to actually, you know, make some artwork with you guys. So yeah, I absolutely love how she turned out. I think she's so, so cute. I definitely see myself leaning into this look more for paint marker stuff. That is a really fun discovery. So for those of you who weren't here earlier, for the majority of the stream, we actually did some painting with gouache. Where are we? Where are ya? Here we go. Yes. So we worked on a Hercules screenshot painting. This Meg was from yesterday, so that's up on the channel if you missed it. And that one was a little bit more stressful. I was like really struggling with the colors and whatever, but today's with Hades and like this background was definitely came together more seamlessly. Thank you for the stream. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thanks so much for, oh my gosh, thank you so much for hanging out with me all day. Or not all day, but, you know, for all weekend, right? Basically. And I had a great time. Look forward to the next YouTube video, which will probably come out this week, actually, which will be featuring the line art style challenge. And I have lots of art content on my channel if you happen to be new here, if you want more of me. And I'm not sure what the Patreon exclusive video will be for this month. I'm also cutting that extremely close. I literally have 1 week to like pump out 2 videos. I have done this to myself. But anyway, I hope you have an amazing day or evening wherever you're at. And yeah, lots of things to look forward to. And oh yeah, my alien stage reaction video will be up on Patreon probably like at the beginning of next month. And then we can vote on what we watch next. Probably Summer Hikaru died, I think, but I'll make a little poll. So yeah, I had a lot of fun. Thanks guys. See you next time.